the Nazis vanished without any books. They tell of their defeat in 45. They all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. They say the prisoner of Spandau was a symbol of defeat. Whilst Hess remained in prison, then the fascists they would beat. So the promise of an Aryan world would never materialize. So why did they all come out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died? The world is riddled with maggots. The maggots are getting fat. They're making a tasty meal of all the bosses and bureaucrats. They're taking over the boardrooms and they're fat and full of pride. And they all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come, and if I die here for the resistance, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance, and those who died for liberty.
Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell, of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
My daddy was a miner and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man?
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Street where the boy runs do beat, and the lovely English people walked all over us. And every single night when they tell come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Gilshandra.
Hello there, hello there. Why the fuck has the chat box gone off as soon as I came in? What? Why did that happen? Hello there, everyone. It was on. There we go. Okay, it seems to be back. Hang on, what? Why is it now like not on the screen properly? What? What is this? Why has that moved? I didn't touch it. Hang on a minute. I mean, I don't suppose it really matters, but I do like to have it all lined up properly. Why does it keep locking like? Oh god, I hate the fucking world. Right, fuck it, that'll do. I don't care anymore. Just fucking end me. Actually, no, I do care. Am I OCD, chat? I might be a bit OCD, I don't know. Because it'll annoy me. I'll just be sat here watching it later, just being really annoyed by it. It's got to sort of line up a bit. There we go. Okay, that is good. Right. Fucking end me. Right. Chat, how are we all? I have made an incremental tiny amount of improvement to the stream. I've been doing that. I've been trying to do it every stream, just to make a tiny little, just make some positive adjustment to the thing to make it vaguely better. So you'll have noticed in the pre-roll thing, I did me as Julius Caesar being stabbed up with Et2 chat. I thought that was a nice little joke. I've added this to the soundboard.
Gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay, gay it's gonna be.
Don't know when I'm going to use it. Don't care. It had to be on there. But more importantly, I've made. I was actually going to do a football stream. I was going to do the Man United game, which I didn't bother in the end, obviously, and then do like politics afterwards. And I'm glad I never bothered, really, because it's been pretty straightforward. Although Brighton have pulled one back, but it's 3-1, so like who cares? But as I was sort of preparing for that, and by the way, this is the, there we go. So this will be the thing for the layout for the football. As you can see, Brighton, Man United, I had that thing ready so I could just type in the names of the teams, and then I was going to put the clock in the top right and all the rest of it. But I realised I don't have an open for that. So I've decided to make a very similar one to the one I've got for my main show. So I've got this, right? That's me as Alan Shearer, looking quite derp actually, and with my head slightly too big, but that's sort of the joke. Me as a member of the '66 World Cup team, naturally. I was shocked as well. One for As Friends Rust there, that's me as Edin Dzeko, celebrating the Aguero goal. So that's nice. But you didn't know that I was Felix, the World Cup winning goalkeeper with Brazil in 1970. Also, notice the translation. That's me as the Scottish fan pulling down the goalposts at Wembley. There's me as Johan Cruyff, which is just sacrilegious, in all honesty. And again, spot the Dutch. Yeah. So those are the ones I've got so far, and I haven't got a tune for it yet, so I don't even know what to call it. I don't know what music to have. For that. You look like you won a contest in that first. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. So, like, I don't know. What football-ish related music do I have with that? I don't know. But anyway, so that's what I've got going on. That's what I've done, basically. I just wanted to give you like an update on the things I've achieved this afternoon. That's what I've been doing. I don't waste my afternoons, chat. I mean, the Blues lost 1-0, so I wasted my fucking time there. Although they were away, so I didn't like travel anywhere. I'll just listen to it on the radio. Classical music is royalty free. Yeah, but it's also boring and shit. That's not really true, actually. But you know, it's the. I don't know. I might just find some easy listening shite for now. Because I was thinking about maybe doing the Clasico tomorrow, Real Madrid Barcelona. Should be a good one. Sniff, oh for God's sake! Also, don't do this with Sincerity Cam. Sincerity Cam is a a sacrosanct thing. Okay, you can't be doing memes. That is unacceptable. But thank you. I did see that Sheffield Wednesday have gone into administration, which is, I mean, ultimately a good thing because it means that Chancery wanker's gone. I didn't even know he had his name on the stand. Did you see that? He literally had his name on the seats in the stand, and they took it off straight away. Fuck yes. Yeah, Chancery, yet another one of the ridiculous human beings that the FA and the Football League and Premier League and all the rest of them. Just the hive of scum and villainy that they will allow to run a football club. Honestly, fit and proper persons test. I'm not even sure some of these are persons. Fucking joker. Fucking wanker, man. But hopefully Wednesday are alright. There are too big a club to not exist. That's ridiculous. Well, no club should not exist. What happened to Wimbledon was a disgrace. The fact that MK Dons still exist is a fucking disgrace. What happened to Bury and fucking... was it? No, not Tranmere. There was another one that went bust, wasn't there? And I can't remember which one. Anyway. Yeah. Was it Boston? Boston United? Disgusting shit, man. Like, these shouldn't be... I don't think the free market should decide everything anyway, but especially when it comes to something like football, because it's not a free market. It's not a free market from the perspective of the people buying the product. So it definitely shouldn't be a free market in terms of the ownership of it or the kind of regulation of it. Like, this really affects people in a way that, like, if Asda's stock price goes down, it doesn't, you know? But post-Thatcher, everyone's a cunt. Something of Redbridge. Dagenham and Redbridge, there we go. Which in of itself, I think, used to be two different teams, didn't it? No, that was Russian and Diamonds. I don't know, anyway. Piers Corbyn singing is royalty free. True, but it also would mean that no one would ever follow me, so... And I couldn't blame them, because Piers Morgan singing is... It's like if you got cancer and a heavy tax bill on the same day or something, you know? That sort of thing. Anyway, we passed 5,600 followers here on the Twitches, and we're approaching 18,000 over on the YouTube. So go and check out the YouTubes, by the way. Go and hit the subscribe button there. It's free, and we're getting close to 18,000. And honestly, if we get to 18,000, I might just throw cheeks on stream. I might throw it back, lads. What do you reckon? Because I've been stuck on like 17,600 for 3 fucking years. Congrats for growing both platforms. Well, congratulations to you, chat, for being fucking sexy. A heavy tax bill for having cancer. Well, no, they just happen to coalesce, you know. Man tush. Exactly. I'm caked up. Does anyone want a slice, you know? Anyway, right, let's do some content. 15 minutes in, fuck's sake. Right, hello there, everyone. Shout out was given to Wayward Historian. Yeah, well, yeah, go and follow Wayward Historian. I don't know that they produce any content, but definitely give them some love, because they're fucking awesome. Even though I've begun to make a modicum, a tiny amount of progress and effort into this channel, I'm still infinitely in her debt in terms of the amount of effort we've put into this fucking stream. She far exceeds me in every conceivable fashion. Anyway, why is Crumblins on the stream? Well, that is a kind of loose allusion to the fact that he must be cackling his bollocks off. Because the old Caerphilly by-election happened. Labour got, was it 11% or something? Atrocious. After 100 years. Chat, Labour had won this seat 100 years in a row. 100, a century had gone by since they had last not won this fucking seat. Keir Starmer turns up, gone. Not even in the race. Thankfully, Plaid Cymru did win. The fascioids, the English fascioids who turned up and tried to carpetbag the situation from Reform Party did not, in fact, succeed, so that's good. And the Labour Party did so poorly that even if you added Reform and Labour together, the Plaid Cymru would still have won. They got more votes than second and third place combined, which is pretty good. The Tories got 2%, so they lose their deposit. they're facing wipeout in vast swathes of the country, because it's not like there weren't Conservative votes there to be had. Okay, the Reform Party came second, a relatively distant second.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Big up the Irish and Catherine Connolly.
I was going to mention that as we go along, but yes, that does look rather good. Yes, indeed. What was I going to say? Yeah, so there's actual there was Conservative votes to be had there, and they got 690 votes. 690. Just to put that in perspective, the winner got 13,800 odd. So even if you times it by 10, they still wouldn't have had half of the number of votes of the winner. In an election where they were very proud that for the first time ever in Wales, a by-election passed 50% turnout, which is a grotesque way of looking at democracy, but there we go. So disenfranchised are the people of Wales from Westminster, not a surprise. Yeah, so the Tories are facing wipeout. They are an anomaly. They are statistically irrelevant. Good days. Good days. Now, they will be replaced in some respect as the Conservative Party by the Reform Party, but the Tories do need to die. The party, not the human beings. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm saying institutionally that political party needs to cease existing, or at least carry on as a pathetic, like Rangers Football Club. They're kind of footballing acolytes north of the border. They either need to cease existing altogether, which would be funny, or carry on as a pathetic shadow of what they once were, embarrassing themselves from week to week, finding new ways to hit new lows you didn't think were possible. That sort of thing. That's also funny, you know? So well done to the people of Wales, and well done to Jeremy Corbyn on not making any statement to the tune of Keir Starmer can suck my dick. What a loser. Fucking loser. Oh, no, wrong way. Loser! Loser! He didn't say anything like that. He didn't say anything. Which shows he's a bigger man than me. Because I would have literally, I would have posted my hog on mane and told Keir Starmer to give it a cheeky little peck. which is why I find it very difficult to keep hold of Twitter accounts. You know. What is it, Clem H. Fandango? Suspect Corbyn isn't petty enough to be happy Labour a dime because he doesn't want the country to go fascist. Possibly so, but I mean, I'm just going to allow myself a little bit of fun. So basically, the Tories need to make Carl of Swindon their leader. Basically, yeah. Oh, actually, well, on that point, hang on, do we have the full results? Did I bookmark the results or not? I don't know if I did. Hang on a minute. Because the amount of votes UKIP got was quite funny. I've typed in Caerphilly, which that is not the name of the place in either spelling. Yeah, here's the full result of the Senate by-election in Caerphilly. You see there, Plaid Cymru 47%, Reform 36%, Labour 11%, lol. Conservative 2%, lol. The Greens only got 1.5%, but they've never stood here before, so it's completely fresh territory. That's fine, and they still got more votes than the Liberal Democrats, who definitely have stood there before, lol. Then you have Anthony Cook from Gwlad. I don't know what the fuck that is, so we'll move on to UKIP. Who finished last with 0.2% of the vote. Which, like, I mean, Carl of Swindon's amazing youth revolution in UKIP is definitely, honestly, it's got the momentum of a runaway train, chat. Gwlad are also far right nuts as well. That's, yeah, there you go. But they're a slightly different type of far right nutter to UKIP and Reform, so they didn't just vote for them or something. I don't know. UKIP is still going. They are, but they're now like out and out Christo-fascists, like for reals is. None of your like hint hint nudge nudge type of stuff, but like literally walking through the streets with big crucifixes, going on about how the Muslimics are taking over, like real fucking penguins. Anyway. Yeah, Paul Nuttall of the UKIPs. I wonder what's happened to him. Hopefully nothing good. Anyway, yes. Chitty chats and kitty cats. If you wanted to help me out on the stream, and why would you not want to do so? It is delicious. If you're on Twitch, you can, of course, hit the follow button. You can subscribe. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. Or even subscribe with Amazon Prime. Or subscribe. Ooh, you can subscribe to Amazon Prime. Oh, fuck's sake. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can gift subs to the community. You can do Biddy Bits messages. 200 bits or more gets you a text-to-speech. You can do super chats for the Streamlabs link below. $2 or more gets you a text-to-speech. You can help me out on Patreon and PayPal. I've got Discord, YouTube, Blue Sky, TikTok, Instagram. Instagram? Yeah, fuck it. And Threads. If you're on not on Twitter, if you're on YouTube, firstly, thank you to the Jack Mellor, who says, big up the Irish and Catherine Connolly, indeed. Not the first great Connolly from Ireland, and hopefully not the last. Yes. If you're on YouTube, you can subscribe for nothing. You can thumb the video up. You can hit the bell icon to get notifications sometimes many minutes late, because YouTube are fucking terrible. You can you can become a member for 99p. You can give memberships to the community, and you can do super chats, as indeed Jack Mellor already showed conclusively, and it will be read out in a robot voice. So, you know, yeah. Paul Nuttall is Deputy Chairman of Reform. Really? Oh, that's really annoying.
Oh dear, I seem to have spotted a cunt.
I got it's too many.
Boiled like a baby otter.
Oh, okay, hang on, 1 second. Thank you to Specs Bean Farmer for gifting 5 memberships, and thank you to Specs Bean Farmer for remembering. Yeah, remember. Thank you for remembering for 6 months. Kev's lights keep making me think his house is on fire. Well, how do you know it's not? Don't judge me. You're talking down to me. Outrageous stuff. Thank you, Lesbian Hot Sauce, for shouting me out 14 minutes ago when I was already streaming. What? I went into I went into her fucking thing like an hour ago or something, and she just got. She's worse than me. She just got round to give me a shout out. Okay. Well, there you go. Right. Anyway, talking of the result in Caerphilly, the Welsh remain entirely undefeated, chat. Entirely undefeated. Oh, you fucking little cuck monster.
Can I just ask you one question, Clay? Okay. Of all of the issues in Caerphilly, that obviously there's a lot of big issues. What do you think is the biggest issue that we'd have to, that you would have to solve? What's the biggest? Yeah. What's going to be the toughest issue to fix? And is it going to be your hairline, you bald bastard?
Disavow. Disavow. We celebrate bald kings, queens, and queens. Okay. Anyway. Oh yeah, Mamdani turned up for the debate on a bus, which is fucking swag, man. Love it. By the way, we'll be taking a look at that debate in a bit. Oh, these melters, can't be bothered. Paul Mason, oh my god, Paul Mason, the ultimate meltoid. He's basically just the ultimate. He's so desperate to get a safe seat for Labour, forgetting, of course, that there's no such thing now, because Caerphilly was a safe seat, and they just got 11%. Anyway, he says, I'm sorry Welsh Labour didn't win, but I'm delighted Caerphilly's voters rejected reform in large numbers. There's obviously been tactical voting, and this is honestly the biggest cope of all time. By staying away, Keir Starmer gave a pretty big signal for that, but Labour in Wales needs to start delivering.
You are coping and seething.
So let me get this right. Paulinho. Keir Starmer didn't turn
Boiled
up.
like a baby otter.
Keir Starmer didn't not turn up because he's electoral cancer. Because he's like literally the most hated man in the world. It's not that he didn't turn up because he literally can't even do a photo shoot with an actually popular politician. Where is it? When here we go. Zelensky turned up in London yesterday, along with a few other leaders, for talks and whatever about, that situation. That whole fucking schmozzle that's going on in Ukraine for the last 3 fucking years. Anyway, turns up, right? And not even though Zelensky is popular, Keir Starmer can't go out in public now because they know he'll just be booed and like fucking shouted down and all the rest of it. This, you may not notice this, may not know this, but this is the interior courtyard of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. It is entirely blocked off to members of the public. So the crowd you see here are not real people. They are real people as in they're human beings. They were not there because they supported anybody. They are quite literally paid actors. This is a staged photograph. He can't even go out in the capital of his own country with an actually fucking popular politician without being booed. But according to our political expert, Paul Mason, where is he? God, I've got so much shite bookmarked. According to Paul Mason, it wasn't because Keir Starmer's electoral kryptonite that would have destroyed even the 11%. It would have gone down into single digits had he turned up there, so despised is he. No, it was actually a 4D chess move. Because you see, Paul Mason and Keir Starmer have such big brains you wouldn't understand it. He's playing on a different level to you. He's playing 4D, underwater, 7-dimensional backgammon chess combined. And he doesn't even need scuba equipment. That's the level he's working at, okay? Because it wasn't that he's unpopular as fuck. No. It was a subtle hint to the Labour voters of Caerphilly to vote for a reform. Not reform, sorry, for Plaid Cymru. Like...
Coping so high, coping and seething.
Paul Mason, everybody, the forensic political mind of our age. Poor Phil Shithouse. Oh, by the way, I've got a text back from another text back. We've been texting back and forth because we're besties now. You understand? Graham Hughes. And I'm now gonna have to download fucking WhatsApp because I'm old and I don't use it already. But apparently it's very popular amongst the youngsters, and we're going to arrange some sort of conversation or something, possibly with Phil as well. I don't know. We'll wait and see. Graham does seem like a nice lad, but he's still a member of the Labour Party, so you know. Anyway. As you can see, there's more flags. As long as people keep creating the flag, I will keep laughing at the flag because it's fucking hilarious. These are brilliant. I love these. And this one's got my favourite one, right? So we'll save the best bit for last, right? So it's love Chelsea, love Trotsky. Ultra low emission zone, new les zone. Then that's Shamima Begum there. Do a key with a refugee. Lovely. And then, honestly, might be my favourite sentence of all time. Demba Ba says, up the Ra. Oh, my God. Obviously, I disavow. I just think it's a very, very funny sentence. Oh, lovely shit. I wonder why sending this English fucking knobend to Wales didn't work for reform. It's a mystery, isn't it? Also, have you ever seen a person less likely to get bitches in your entire life than this creature? Honestly, some of the most maidenless rears I've ever seen. On the attack with Zach, the class struggles from distance, but Phil Foden still strikes through the lines. Okay. Vimto Marble Beers. I don't know what the fuck that even means, but that's a woke Man City one. With a Brentford B on it as well, which doesn't make any fucking sense, but okay. Smash Nines and Wind Turbines. Fuck Farage, we like Taj. From the river to the sea, Anthony Kinski. Less Podolski, more Polanski. Come on now. Come on now. In your towns causing gay awakenings.
Gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay, gay it's gonna be.
Less airstrikes, more dykes. Get the badge, get the... okay, the cigarettes in. Get the boats in. Free Palestine. Fuck EMR, whatever that means. Less starving kids, more taxing the rich. In your stadiums, confusing your stewards. Love it, love it. Less JKR, more JRK. Seizing the means of production with Alan Partridge is one hell of a sentence. Cats are amazing.
Hey, yeah, you, can I poop, please?
Okay, let me deal with this guy and get him out of my fucking way.
Cats are such bricks. I love it. We're having that one again. Oh, just for no reason. For literally no reason.
I think if you really want it, I think you really want to be here.
Oh. Love it, man. Oh, on the Jaegers with Rennie Schlagers. Let's fucking go. Oh, more Pompey tears and more queers. On the charge with Nick and Mick. Oh, a St Mirren one. Pints, Paisley and Palestine. Boo referees, not refugees. Fuck yes. Then these fucking Malters. Eintracht Frankfurt. Every fan should be welcome everywhere. Maccabi Tel Aviv fans are welcome in Frankfurt.
Oh dear, I seem to have spotted a cunt.
Do one. Wraith Wokers. Fuck yes. Love gays, love trans, hate pars. No to genocide except for townies. Disavow. Disavow that last bit. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Bring Shamima back. Get the bags in, get the mags in. Get Jihad in that order. Disavow. Oh, and NU FC fans against sports washing. Nice. LGBT bit there. Less Farage, more Lampard. Love it. Oh, this one brought me back. From the river to the Oggy. A fucking Steve Agrizovich reference in the year of our Lord 20 and 25. It's like I'm 7 years old again. Oh. Play up small boats is pretty good too, actually, to be fair. Zach Polanski's Barmy Army, pay your dues and join the party. Doesn't quite rhyme, but I accept the effort. Woke with Wyman, lesbian gay, Blackett Taylor. Palestine Polanski and Patrick Agumang. Fucking hell. Oh, it's beautiful. Play up Polanski. Nice. Tax wealth, not work, make hope normal again. Fuck yes. Moyes is a Maoist. No cops, no copites. Pickford, pints and Palestine. Fuck yes. I love it, man. I love it. Happy Blue Holidaymas. Jesus loves all his transgender children, the original socialist. Happy birthday, comrade Jesus. Beto, beer, baubles in that order. Nice. Yeah. Oh, I already did have it fucking bookmarked. Oh, a lot of bollocks. Oh, this was fucking awesome. I didn't know Pomeranians could swim. Look at his little legs. Look at his fucking little legs. Tell me that isn't the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life. Look at it. His little legs. Fuck yes. Look at the tiny little legs. Look at the speed. That is peak athleticism, my friends. Peak. Yeah. Yeah. Polanski's just weird. Less Farage, more Barrage. Nice. Free Palestine, and then a picture of fucking Pallister. Gary Pallister reference in the year of our Lord 20 and 25, chat. Pints, Parmo and Polanski. Gay for Rob. Okay. Gender affirming hormones with John Stones. Less corporate seats at the Etihad, more green seats in Parliament. Fuck yes. Haaland hates Israel. Free Palestine. Oh, I love it, man. Oh. Oh yeah, do you know that fucking the organisation which I said I wanted to be like I wanted them to target me? The was it the murderers of Charlie Kirk.org or whatever the fuck it was? They had to change their name and all of that. Turns out they took loads of money in crypto and then just vanished. They just stole loads of crypto, which honestly is the ultimate. I think that's honouring Charlie Kirk's memory in the way that he would have wanted. Because he was a grifting fuck when he was alive as well. What more perfect way to celebrate his life than doing exactly what he would have done? The cunt. Fuck Farage, back McCann. Have a key with Zach Polanski. Taxing the rich with Milutin Osmayich. That is fucking deep cut nonsense. I love it. Oh yeah, this shows you how badly things have fallen off for Labour. In 2020, Angela Rayner won the... By the way, Lucy Powell has been elected to the deputy leadership of the Labour Party, and presumably therefore will become the deputy prime minister, but they don't have to do it. In 2020, Angela Rayner won with 229,000 votes. That's a lot of votes. Lucy Powell just won with 87,000. How far has their membership fallen? Like, almost a third. Or, sorry, just over a third of the vote. Of the previous. Like, David Lammy isn't giving up Deputy PM. But he's always... He's Foreign Secretary as well, isn't he? Or Home... No, hang on, what is he? Is he just the Deputy Prime Minister? I can't remember what he also... He does something else, doesn't he? Housing? Justice. There we go. Yeah. So presumably he'll just have that as the thing and she'll become deputy. Maybe. I don't know. Start the boats. Fuck yes. Straightforward. Brighton gays. Love it. Here they are in actual sticker form. That they're going to put up. This was away at... away at Woken Wanderers. In your town confusing your stewards. Northern football taking over. 10 a.m. Terriers, Blue and White Army, Pride of Yorkshire. Less reform, more Radulovich. Okay. I think they're a Huddersfield fan. I think so. Oh, this one's amazing. Right. Farage is a crook. I'm on the piss with Andy Cook. Birds, brackets, respectfully, beer and bantams. I love it. Birds, brackets, respectfully. You got to be respectful of the birds. Sniff a key and vote Polanski. BCAFC OK. Seize the means of production on the gay flag. Love it. Love it. Do you want these to put on your car? Well, I don't support any of these teams, so why would they be on my car? That doesn't make any sense. Chucky Arla, Jamie McGrath. More blacks, no Huns, more Irish. I should say Huns in this context does not mean Germans. It's Hibs fan. Connolly then, Connolly now. Anti-sheep shagging action. I think that's a reference to Aberdeen rather than to anything else. Anyway. I bet Labour's close. I think they'll be under 200,000. I don't think there's 200,000 people in that party now. Yeah, fuck yeah. If there are blues ones, definitely. I haven't actually seen a blues one. Oh, what the fuck is this? Kill it with fire. Burn this. This needs to be destroyed. I don't even know what to play for this one.
It stimulates the part of the brain called Shatner's bassoon.
Fuck it, why not? It's disgusting. And I'm obviously going to make it my profile picture on all of my social media. Naturally. Like, obviously. Hang on. Edit profile. Boom. Fuck yes. You look a bit gammon in that. Yeah. There's a band called Shatner's Bassoon. Of course there is. Naturally. Why wouldn't there be? Anyway. On to a genuinely serious topic. This was an interesting one. A kind of debate of sorts between Peter Oborne, I suppose nominally at this point, conservative, political commentator who's been very, very good on Palestine, and some wanker. I can't believe Polanski follows you. Neither can I, man. Fucking mental.
It's one of the great crimes of the 21st century, and being supported by Britain.
There's the idea that there is an established pattern of deliberate massacre of civilians. I simply reject.
We cannot
Malters, man.
become part of a lawless international system which uses mass murder as a weapon of war.
If you're looking at British foreign policy interests and who are the powers in the world that explicitly mean us harm, yeah, Britain has every right to supply arms to Israel.
You're denying Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the United Nations. You have explained very well the British policy of staying alongside our ally, but it's taken us into a moral cesspit.
Hello and welcome to The Forecast. Is the UK government complicit in the destruction of Gaza?
Yes. The answer to that question is yes.
That's the assertion in the new book by journalist and polemicist Peter Oborne, with both Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak and many of their ministers under fire for backing what he calls Israel's criminal assault following the Hamas attack of October the 7th. What's more, he says the British media played its part too, colluding with the government as well as misrepresenting or underreporting those voices opposed. Well, Peter Oborne is with us today, as well as someone who doesn't necessarily agree with many of these arguments. Edmund Fitton-Brown, a former UK ambassador to Yemen, previously
and wanker, obviously,
a UN monitor, and now a senior fellow at the foreign affairs think tank RUSI. Peter, the book is called Complicit, and it's, I mean, you don't hold back, and you believe that there are legal and moral wrongs that the British government has committed?
There certainly are. Well, we start off with the atrocities committed by Hamas, terrible atrocities committed on the 7th of October. And then you look at the British government response, start off maybe with Sunak going there, where he was right. It's a bit like after 9/11, you know, Tony Blair going to Washington. What he didn't do was issue warnings. Because by the time Sunak, it was only about 10 days after the 7th of October, he got there. But by then, Israel had started to pummel Gaza. 5,000 had been killed by the Palestinians, being killed by the end of October, 20,000 by the beginning of January. And whole families were being wiped out. They were it was indiscriminate slaughter and destruction. And I'm sure that
yeah, that's the thing. You sort of do have to, if you're going to be the respectability end of the Palestinian movement or whatever. You do have to do the condemning Hamas. Condemn the hummus before you do anything. Which, whatever.
As Prime Minister would have been briefed about that. And what he never did was issue a proper warning that we can't back you all the way. And the same was the case with the current Prime Minister, Starmer, who made this remarkable support for collective punishment issue on the Nick Ferrari show.
She does have that right. Israel has that right. Herself, she. Do I have any Starmer? I don't, do I? No, I don't have any Starmer on here. So I'll just do this one.
Wank!
Asked you, he was given a quote from one of the Israeli leaders saying, no fuel, no water, that sort of thing.
It was the defence minister, wasn't it, who said he was going to cut off Gaza.
And Starmer said, yes, they have that right to do that. Although he sort of said also they must obey international law, but it was a shambles of an answer.
I mean, he did qualify it afterwards, didn't he? I mean, they clarified
he went on supporting it, and his fellow ministers, fellow shadow ministers, supported him for about a week. And then Starmer realised that it had not been a clever thing to say. I mean, it was an outrageous thing to say. He was supporting war crimes.
But your basic contention is that Britain supported its ally.
Yes, absolutely, but that is the one part of the contention. Now, that raises the question, profound moral question.
How is he conservative? Well, he was the former, chief political bod, whatever, at the Daily Telegraph, way back. Well, I say way back, it's only about 10 years ago or something. So, yeah, he's, he was of a conservative bent. I don't know that he necessarily is anymore. Like I say, it's nominal at this point. I don't know what his economics are anymore because he doesn't talk about it. But yeah, no, he's, like I say, at least nominally a conservative. One of the few with any fucking semblance of decency about him, though, clearly.
You support an ally when they commit war crimes, when they commit what most experts now regard as a genocide. And it is, you have to remember in the context of this conversation we're going to be having for the next half an hour, the enormity of the horror which Israel inflicted on Gaza. 20,000 children at least dead, killed by the Israelis. Torture. Look at the condition of Israeli prisons. The destruction of 90% of the housing in Gaza, the shooting of children, the targeting of children, the destruction of the health facilities, of hospitals.
Yeah, do you remember that? Do you remember at the start of this when all of the Israeli defenders were like, Israel would never bomb a hospital? They would never, because it's the most moral, the IDF is the most moral army in the world. How dare you? They would never bomb a hospital. And now there isn't a hospital left in Gaza. fucking evil.
Of schools. It's one of the great crimes of the 21st century, and being supported by Britain.
Now, throughout this period, of course, Israel said it did not target civilians, it did not target children, it was targeting Hamas, that any civilian...
And there just so happened to be 20,000 children in the way? Yeah, don't know about that, Chief. What was your take, 255? Let's have a look. In a video the other day by Bad Empanada, he said we should condemn Hamas for committing war crimes fighting Israel because we don't condemn the Allies for committing war crimes against the Germans. Well, I mean, he may not do so, but I do. I think committing war crimes is bad. Now, he's right that most other analysts or whatever of these historical events don't do that. But, like, the way in which they bombed Dresden was, I think, a war crime. Not the bombing in general, because it was a legitimate target, but the way in which it was carried out, you know, the fact that they had fighters literally strafing people running through the streets and stuff like that. Yeah, that's pretty bad, actually. I think you can argue the dropping of the nuclear bombs on Japan was itself a war crime. Yeah, there are lots of examples. The systematic use of rape by the Soviet Red Army throughout Eastern Europe, not just against Germans, not that that would make it okay if it were just against Germans, but I'm just saying, even for those who want to claim that this was some sort of revenge against Germania, it wasn't. It was a systematic thing. Rape was just a thing that conquerors got to do, type deal. It's a war crime. It's a crime against humanity. Yeah, so I mean, these things did take place, and I will condemn them because they're wrong. Yeah, the sinking of the Wilhelm Gustloff, still I think to this day the worst, in terms of death toll, the worst at-sea tragedy ever. They knew it was mostly civilian. They still fucking sank it. Yeah, it was bad.
Death was collateral damage, that their enemy was not the Palestinian people. And the British government said, the British government, both the Conservative and the Labour government, had stuck to this line that Israel has the right to defend itself.
Yeah, well, by the way, the Israelis didn't say what you've just claimed they said. For instance, the president of Israel said words to the effect there are no innocents, everybody's guilty.
There were comments that contradict the position of the government. I'll give you, yeah, of course.
What contradict?
From different...
What are you doing? Krishnan, you've already got this other guy, whoever he is, Bootlicker McGee, that's going to speak in a minute. You don't have to wank off Benjamin Netanyahu. You're a journalist, mate. And usually one of the better journalists, which, I mean, is a low bar to clear in Britain, but still, why are you fucking dick-riding Israel now? Oh, yeah, well, they said some things that contradicted the government. He's the fucking leader of the government. What are you talking about? Don't be a knob.
If you look at the statements made as assembled by South Africa in its very powerful case at the International Court of Justice, there was genocidal talk from the top of the Israeli administration right from the start.
So, Edmund, I mean, just take on Peter's base.
Okay. Do I want to get into this? Yeah, fuck it. I'm willing to go so far as to... Username Ascentity says this. I'm willing to go as far to say that most of the carpet bombing was a war crime. I presume you mean during the Second World War of German cities. I don't think the bombing of German cities was remotely a war crime. That is war. It's a fucking disgrace that war needs to take place, but in certain situations war is inevitable, and indeed the only moral thing that one can do. I think the smashing of fascism by a united international front is still probably the greatest achievement in human history. And I mean that, in terms of the fact that that could have inexorably altered the future of humanity if we hadn't done so. I think we can genuinely hold that up as an example of greatness that humanity achieved. Within that, of course, there are war crimes. There's no doubt that Air Chief Marshal Arthur Harris Bomber Harris was a war criminal. Yeah. I have no doubt in that in my mind at all. I think he was under a lot of pressure to do that, but following orders is not an acceptable excuse for Nazis. It's not an acceptable excuse for anybody. He took great delight in the destruction, not just in the winning war, in the destruction of German cities. He had binders in blue leather, in Royal Air Force, which is it's in navy blue, but it's the Air Force anyway. Leather bound covers of images with the then incredibly modern technology of clear plastic on the inside, and it acted as an overlay. And so you had Coventry, right? Coventry was the big city that was well, it's not a big city, but the big example of destruction done by the Germans. And literally the phrase Coventrate in German became a verb which meant to destroy utterly. So famous did that bombing become. And so he had an overlay of Coventry in plastic that you could flip over onto the aerial, into the maps that had been created due to aerial bombardment, and see the damage of Coventry compared to the damage they'd done to each individual city in Germany. And literally the bounders, with each city completely fucking destroyed, and then the tiny bit of damage that had been done to Coventry. And he took genuine pride in saying, like, showing like foreign visitors and stuff these things, and saying that, you know, guess how many times worth of damage had been done to, let's pick one at random, Hamburg. And they'd have a look at the thing and say 10 Coventries, and he'd say, no, there are 15 Coventries there. He was a fucking war criminal. Legitimately. Oh, please fuck off forever, you cunt. Go away. Go away. Go away.
Very, 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 very cringe. Very, very, very cringe.
They want to lose. They're determined to lose. Was Hamburg a strategic? Oh yeah, absolutely. Hamburg's a massive port. Yeah. Hamburg was where like most of the fucking North Sea fleet was fitted out and stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely. But I just chose that at random because it was like a one with lots of damage and so on. But that's, yeah, he would say things like that. He took pride in destruction. Yeah, the Democrats are fucking idiots.
It's at first contention that the British government should have done more than just offer its support to an ally, that it should have warned much more vociferously about the need to adhere to international law and to not commit war crimes.
Yeah, so I think I would take issue with that, because Britain, in doing that, would have been taking...
Already, his name is Edmund Fitton Brown. There's no way, if he'd have lived 100 years ago, he wouldn't have been cackling at shooting Irishmen dead. There's no way. He loves it. Look at him. Fucking monster.
Staking out a unique position in the Western Bloc. It would not have been consistent with what any of our allies were doing.
Why is that wrong?
Oh no! We must give in to peer pressure and just do exactly what everyone else is doing. Literally, play Roblox. Go and play Roblox, my man. You might enjoy it.
So give me a minute. Yeah. I mean, you know, I appreciate that there may be times when it is necessary to stake out a unique position if you're absolutely certain that everybody else has got it wrong. But the British government was not certain that everybody else had got it wrong, and the alliance with Israel does matter. The fact that Israel was responding to an extremely serious, you know, arguably the worst terrorist attack of modern times, that also.
Not even close. Not even fucking close. You may have slightly misunderstood my reference there, Matt Raymond. That's not. Oh, yeah.
does matter. And I must take issue with one thing which Peter said very specifically about the allegation of genocide. I simply don't accept it, and I don't believe that it is remotely established that there is even a...
Okay, this guy's taking money. I don't know who from, and I don't care. He's clearly being paid by, like, some Israeli-aligned outfit.
credible indication of genocide.
Yeah, you're talking shit.
In the case of the UK government, they also do not accept that.
Well, the ICJ
allegation.
says there is a plausible case.
They spoke of a plausible case. Also, the...
So there's a plausible case, but you see no evidence.
As you know, the United Nations Commission made a rather more aggressive case against Israel, which they laid out, I think, in September, although all three of those commissioners had actually resigned their position back in July. And if you look at that, it gives you the best possible indication of what Israel is up against in terms of its public relations. And that is that these are three people who had a long-standing conviction against Israel, and they were, when they finally let this allegation of genocide drop, it was a sort of a parting shot of a very, very long and completely one-sided campaign. And if you read the...
Wow, Israel hates long one-sided campaigns, doesn't it?
report that they wrote, it eliminates all context. Anyone would think that there had never been an attack on Israel and that they had not been having to deal with an extremely complicated...
You're saying the UN Commission were three people who had a long-standing animosity towards Israel?
Yes.
I mean, Navi Pillay, who's one of the most respected war crimes investigators and judges in the world.
I'm saying exactly that.
Who investigated Rwanda and everything, and you think she had some sort of bone to pick?
I'm not...
Clearly she was against Rwanda as well.
Saying that she was...
It's quite an allegation to make against
I'm not saying that
very well-respected people.
I'm not saying that she was without qualifications. I'm saying that she had a long-standing bias and animus. Well, for example, when Mr. Kathari, one of the other commissioners, spoke about social media being largely controlled by the Jews, she defended him. So there was a long-standing Western...
Wow, did he say it was largely controlled by the Jews? Is that a thing he said?
Concern about Navi Pillay and her bias or her lack of objectivity in this matter.
I mean, obviously, I spoke to Navi Pillay about the report, and she makes the case that they came to it sincerely. She's an extremely experienced person, and that she has no bias and no animosity towards Israel at all. And she's very distressed, I think, by allegations such as the one you're
By the way,
making.
Can I just butt in there a little bit? So you're maintaining that, that Bet Salem, which is the Israeli human rights organization, which has said it's a genocide.
Clearly anti-Semitic. Next.
Amnesty International.
Anti-Semitic.
Human Rights Watch.
Anti-Semitic.
All of these organizations, and
they're all anti-Semitic.
Many more, and most of the world's leading genocide experts, such as
anti-Semitic,
as Mabatov,
anti-Semitic,
Avi Shleim,
anti-Semitic,
in Oxford, and so on. They're wrong, and you're right.
Well, I'm not on my own in this. So yes, I think they're wrong.
See, that's correct. All the other people are anti-Semitic, and that him just saying no, convincing.
And I think in many cases...
Mind you, you have got David Lammy agrees with you, Keir Starmer agrees with you, David Cameron agreed with you, and Rishi Sunak agreed with you. So luckily, you've got some very distinguished people on your side.
I mean, it's kind of to say so, Peter, and actually, I would take all of those.
Jesus fucking Christ. What a soulless gimploid. Oh.
People is excellent people.
I mean, let's take it as read that you disagree on the...
Very, 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 very cringe. Very, very, very cringe.
Question of genocide. Peter thinks that there was a genocide. You think there wasn't.
Yes.
But in terms of your argument of complicity, Peter, you derive from the ICJ case that there could even be legal implications for the British government and for British ministers.
I'm quite certain that there will be. And
he works for RUSI. which is funded by such non-partisan bodies as the US State Department and BAE Systems, has no skin in the game then. No skin. How do you even pronounce? Is it APAC? IPAC? IPAC? EPIC? I've never even heard of it.
So, this will happen in due course. In fact, under...
he said due course, anti-Semite.
I'm not saying, by the way, that there is a genocide. What I'm saying is that the vast majority of knowledgeable opinion trends that way. If you look at David Cameron's conduct when he became back as Foreign Secretary and the acts which he carried out, one of the most shocking was when Israel produced some basically incredible evidence that UNRWA was heavily involved in the events of October the 7th. They produced this, which has been shown. Today's report from the ICJ shows that's nonsense. And it was long been accepted as nonsense. Cameron accepted it and stopped funding. He paused the British funding.
Because David Cameron's a piece of shit.
Just remind people is the Humanitarian Organisation for Refugees, which is the main supplier, or had been the main supplier.
It's the main
of humanitarian aid,
of
health,
desperately needed humanitarian.
We should say specifically for Palestinian refugees.
For Palestinian refugees.
Yeah. Now then, he carried on supplying arms, and that in the face of growing evidence that Israel, in my view, completely undeniable evidence, even the experts who don't think there's a genocide accept that Israel has committed atrocities. In face of growing evidence of that, Cameron dismissed alarm within the Foreign Office and he carried on supplying arms. There's many other
allowing the purchase of arms. It wasn't the British government supplying arms.
Of course, you're exactly. And then we have the matter of using our base in Cyprus to supply Israel. It's quite murky what's actually going on there. The overflights, the diplomatic support, blocking ceasefire motions in the Security Council, stuff like that, which Britain has done. So we have done in the early months. We can talk about how things changed a little bit with Labour. Britain was a sort of 100% behind Benjamin Netanyahu and Ben Gvir and Smotrich and co. as they carried out.
So just take on that point, Edmund. I mean, as Peter says, Britain allowed the supply of weapons. It used RAF flights to overfly Gaza. It said to look for the hostages, but it's never been clear what the data was or how you distinguished between where the hostages are and where Hamas.
Well, that's the good thing. If you just say everyone in this area is Hamas, then there are no innocent people, and therefore you didn't commit any war crimes. Hamas maternity wards, etc.
Fighters might be. Peter's contention is that was aiding and abetting the Israeli military action, whatever you think it amounted to.
I mean, the Israelis are partners, allies, as you referred to them earlier. They're intelligence partners, and to some degree, they're military partners. It is worth just widening the lens a little here and remembering that the Israelis are not just fighting on one front. They were also, of course, the Gaza campaign was running for these 2 years, and there was a great deal of rocket fire coming from Gaza as well in the early stages. But you also then had...
No, people were fighting back against you, slaughtering them. That's cray-cray.
Attacks on northern Israel from Hezbollah, Lebanese Hezbollah.
Well, they must have had a lot of cookies to have all of that rocket fuel. Oof.
And you had effectively it was the latest iteration of the Iranian proxy war against Israel, which I don't think anyone would deny is a reality. And now the Israelis have more or less neutralized the threat from Lebanese Hezbollah for now. They've also, as an indirect result of that, we've seen a change of government in Syria, and we've also seen the war between Israel and Iran, in which the Americans were also partners of the Israelis. And if you're looking at British foreign policy interests and who are the powers in the world that explicitly mean us
like
harm,
a baby otter.
and of course I would include the Yemeni Houthis in this as well.
What the fuck harm do the Lebanese people? What? What threat are they to us? Not Yemeni, sorry, not Lebanese. It's a different thing entirely. Yeah, what threat are they to us? What are you talking about? Thank you, Callie Bratting, for becoming a member on the YouTubes. Much love. He's just rattling off a list of people he thinks Israel should be allowed to murder. Yeah, basically, like he's making out like the fact that Israel has started several wars in the last 2 years as a reason that we shouldn't act against them, rather than the fact that that makes it worse. Like the fact that they haven't just invaded the sovereign territory of one country, but several. The fact that they've bombed several countries without aid is okay, actually, because reasons.
Well, yeah, Britain has every right to supply arms to Israel, just as our main ally, the United States, continues to do.
And so the aim of RAF flights as well would have been right to help Israeli intelligence.
I have no problem with the British helping Israeli intelligence and military operations.
So just explain them.
Oh yeah, because you're paid to say that. Yeah, I don't care.
What you think the relationship is. You know, why is that relationship so important and beneficial to Britain?
I think to a large degree it's related to common enemies. So, you know, the Israelis obviously suffer those threats that I've just mentioned. If you look at those from a British point of view, you could perhaps make a case that Lebanese Hezbollah is marginal, but of course Lebanese Hezbollah took a lot of British hostages, and they have a lot of Allied blood on their hands, American and French blood on their hands.
How many hostages have Israel taken? How many people have they killed of ours? I'd say that's I'd say that's significantly worse in many respects. They did just abduct some British citizens in international waters, and our government was like, eh. I'd say Israel is a threat to us, actually.
As well. The Houthis are obstructing commerce in the Red Sea.
Not commerce! Dun dun dun! I hope bad things happen to this man.
Iran has been a consistent enemy of the United Kingdom, has been conspiring to murder a British author over decades, and has been trying...
Okay, Saudi Arabia, our supposed ally, literally killed an author. Jamal Khashoggi, anyone? No? We're fine with that. They still execute people for witchcraft in Saudi Arabia. But they're our allies. Seems like maybe just being our ally doesn't make you a good person.
Trying to kill people on the streets of the United Kingdom. The Israelis provide preventive intelligence that has enabled us to stop some of those plots from going ahead.
I would simply say here the Israelis also carried out a number of illegal assassinations. The attack on Iran, which they brought the United States in, was illegal. There hadn't been proper provocation from Iran. Go back to your earlier question.
That's what we like to call a bitch slap. He just bitch slapped that man.
Under the genocide laws, if you aid and abet a genocide, you are then opening yourself up under British law to prosecution. And I think this is something which I'm certain that Sunak, Starmer, etc. will have taken advice on it. They have one comfort, which is, although it's perfectly clear that if the ICJ, and it's pretty obvious they eventually will, deem this as being a genocide, there will be a prima facie case to prosecute certain British ministers.
Fuck yes. Honestly, I think I would become dehydrated with the amount of jism that I expelled if any one of these cunts was ever prosecuted for this. I would just so much I would become desiccated. I'd become like the grandma in SpongeBob. Chocolate! I'd be like that.
Can I
yeah.
just go in there because, first of all, I will not accept genocide as a given. I do not.
Peter's contention is based on if there's a court ruling.
Yeah, if there is, but he keeps saying this is bound to happen. So
yeah, because it's true. Yeah.
Want to say that there is no genocide in Gaza, and I don't believe that it will be.
There's no legally agreed genocide.
And I don't believe it ever will be legally agreed, and therefore there will be no legal jeopardy for British ministers or British opposition figures for that. But
you absolute minge.
The other point that I want to make is that the United Kingdom, in my view, has calibrated its approach to this conflict reasonably judiciously. I don't always agree with them, by the way. You will probably find me more pro-Israeli than either David Lammy or Keir Starmer.
Yeah, because you're paid more. Yeah, that is how it works.
But the fact of the matter is that the Labour government has continually monitored this conflict in a critical way and has sought to influence it, including trying to influence the Israelis to an early ceasefire. And that includes what I consider to have been
an early ceasefire. It's 2 years of slaughter, you monster. Early ceasefire. Why don't you go and play Roblox nice and early, mate?
The misguided policy of recognising the state of Palestine.
Peter, I mean, almost the most important point that Edmund is making is because they are our allies.
But hang on, but he said earlier we need to act in concert with our partners, right? With our what do you call it, allies. Well, all of our allies said that they were going to recognise Palestine, so surely that means we should have to do so as well, right? Right, mate? According to your thesis of following the herd, France announced it, New Zealand announced it, Australia announced it, Italy announced it. So we have to, surely. It's almost like you're just a little bitch of America, mate. An embarrassing little fucking paid up cockboy for America.
Because they are strategically in the same place as we are in the Middle East, helping Israel was the right thing to do.
Yes, I'm Mr. Fitton Brown, when you were ambassador to the Yemen, I went to Yemen in 2016 and saw, and when you were ambassador, I dare say you were in Riyadh.
No, I was in Jeddah.
Jeddah. I saw a humanitarian catastrophe visited on Yemen by...
But surely he's less Jedi and more Sith. A Star Wars joke.
Again, British-backed bombing. I saw the bombing of hospitals. I saw the slaughter of civilians. There you are in Jeddah. And I also, because I'm part of an investigative journalist, I learnt of the deep concern inside the Foreign Office, then as now, that the Britain was party to war crimes. What is your position? You have a record here of supporting the mass slaughter of Arabs.
Well, he does, yeah. He literally does. He's a monster, yeah.
You did this in Yemen as British... I'm sorry, it's a very serious matter. It isn't something you should laugh about.
No, it's a laughable accusation.
It is the slaughter of Arabs in the Yemen and now the slaughter of Arabs in Gaza. These are two... You have defended British government policies in each case.
He probably supported the Iraq War as well, so 3 strikes.
And I find it very troubling and morally wrong and morally atrocious and deeply shaming for our country that we should support that kind of conduct, and brings us deeply into disrepute across the world.
Well, we're going a long way out from your book and Gaza, but yeah, let's go there. Why not? My horror at the abuse of the population of Yemen and the systematic and deliberate cruelty, including slaughter, of the population of Yemen by the Houthis.
But only by the Houthis, not by the Saudis. That's fine. When the Saudis do it, it's fine.
I was there and you weren't. You were in Jeddah, from Riyadh, the Saudis were bombing the Yemen. I spoke to a lot of ordinary Yemeni people. I was hardly with They were supporting the Houthis because they saw the atrocities being carried out against them by the Saudis, supported by Britain.
The Houthis
and so you have no knowledge of what the ordinary people of Yemen were saying, because even though you were the ambassador, you weren't actually there.
Fuck yes. Oh, Peter Oborn, you can use any and all of my holes. They're yours for the taking, my friend. Love it. Fucking love it. Don't you just love a genocider being ruined? Absolutely fucking rinsed on TV. That's glorious. Usually they get to just come on and get given soft soak fucking questions from a dickhead who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Whereas Peter Oborn knows his shit. He was travelling there. He's got the fucking receipts. You weren't even there, you little bitch. Boom. I mean, honestly, he deserves this. Absolutely lovely work.
I am in contact with many ordinary Yemenis and still am. And, you know, the important, I mean, I love the way that you imply that the Houthis were they somehow morphed rapidly into just being the honest representatives.
I didn't
of the
say
Yemeni
that. You're
people.
misrepresenting what I said. I said that because the Houthis have done terrible things and continue to do them, but the ordinary people of Yemen were so horrified because they were being slaughtered by...
There's no doubt, is there, that there was a blockade that was imposed by the Saudi-led coalition. I also reported from the Houthi-run part of Yemen.
So hang on, is this the former ambassador to Yemen, is the only one of the three that didn't go to Yemen during this time? So, right, we have a discussion taking place of what happened in Yemen during the slaughter by the Saudis of the Yemeni people. 3 people are in the room, and the only one with no on-the-ground experience of that is the guy that was the UK's ambassador to that country at the time.
It's a fucking disgrace.
It is. Kev, can you please join Turn Left so we can have daily news? What do you mean joined? What do you mean join them? Well, I work for them. They'd have to ask me. Britain is a joke. Britain really is a fucking joke.
At this very moment, Britannia burns.
In 2016, and I saw babies starving to death because there was no food and there was no economy.
And we were very much engaged in humanitarian...
Like Gaza, you know, some people will say, well, it was all the Houthis' fault, as people say, well, it's all Hamas's fault. And other people will say, well, there's a conflict here, and the people who are imposing the blockade, as in Gaza, are also responsible for the impact of that.
Let's try to narrow this, because I mean, if we get really deep into Yemen, we are going an awfully long way off the point. But let's try to go into the point.
Well, not really. Not really. Because surely the question of, is Britain complicit? Well, it's not just complicit in Palestine. It is complicit in Yemen. It's complicit with the slaughter of, well, any number of peoples. We're complicit with the way in which the Syrian civil war has played out. The fact that we have now taken the terrorists, who are now the leaders of Syria, off our terrorism list. People who have done fucking beheadings. So literally, if you paint a plane, you are worse than if you've done beheadings. That is the actual position of the British government as it stands. If you say you support a group that painted a plane, you are more of a terrorist than if you've chopped people's fucking heads off, according to the British government. So actually, no, I don't think we are getting off the topic in the slightest. I think Britain's complicity in general in that region is something that needs to be looked at. Now, I understand the scope of things in half an hour is a bit difficult, but just because it's difficult for you, you want to focus just on this one little thing, you can go and fuck yourself sideways, my man. Especially if they want to connect to the youths. Are you suggesting I don't connect with the youths, use a nameless entity? I mean, yeah, that is true.
Coping so hard, coping and seething.
I am coping. Poorly.
About British complicity, because I think that seems to be the nub of what Peter is saying. The British government and the American government at that time were deeply involved in trying to make the Saudis as discriminating, as careful, as professional as possible in conducting a war that, let's not forget, was endorsed by the United Nations in the face of the illegal Houthi occupation of Sana'a.
That's just.
I mean, there is a similarity in the argument, but I think we should get back to Gaza,
of course,
because that's really
Of course there's a similarity, because it's the same geopolitical bullshit, yeah.
what we're trying to sort of
values
hone in on. I mean, how do you think, Peter, you mentioned a couple of instances of things politicians said, you know, Keir Starmer on the radio, David Cameron, but what are you actually saying about our responsibility as a nation for the killing and the starvation in Gaza?
Well, first of all,
you know, that we haven't noticed, because this is a conversation, you know, this conversation doesn't play out on the media very much, but it's a conversation that happens, I think, a lot in Britain. You know, to what extent are we to blame as well? And your book is all about that. So why do you think it's systematic rather than amounting to a few supportive comments?
Well, hang on. It's not supportive comments. I've mentioned the Cameron's defunding of UNRWA. I've mentioned the British arms going there, etc., etc. Look,
I think I'm going to have to get this man's book, I think. And rarely on this channel, it's a book that I'm more than happy to actually pay for. So no one needs to send me a totally legal PDF. I will just purchase this book. I don't feel terrible giving this man a tenner or whatever, you know. But if someone wants to send me the money, which I will then pass on to Peter Bourne for his book, you can do so in the form of subs and memberships and YouTube messages and bits messages and all of that. Subscribe.
Boiled like a baby otter.
Thank you, YouTuberino. Rachel Atwood for 7 months. Because I noticed Twitch. Hang on, have I still got that? Hang on, have I still got the thing? Boom! Twitch! It's just $5 a month. $5 a month. Why do I still have this? Anyway.
If the massacres of which took place in Gaza.
Whose name do you want? Oh, the other guy. Whose name is Edmund Fitton Brown. That's Fitton Brown.
And are still taking place, even despite the ceasefire, have been carried out by Russia in Ukraine on this scale, or let's even think.
Oh, were you? Oh, that was you, Lord Fruitus. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. I love you.
We would have done the following things. We would have sanctioned when we do in Russia. We would, as we have done in Russia, we would have sanctioned Israel. I would have. There was a very strong case for a no-fly zone over Gaza. There's F-35s just bombing the place to smithereens and slaughtering people, that we would have set up a war crimes tribunal. These are all things. Now, you say it's because that Israel is our ally that we shouldn't do them. I say one of the reasons we should do them is because Israel is our ally. We cannot become part of a lawless international system which uses...
What I will say is this is where the kind of lib in him doesn't help. The lib in him does not help the situation, because he's now doing...
Get the fuck, Nick, I'm not playing with all these mutants!
Hello there, lesbian hot sauce. And the lesbian hot saucerinos. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Shit, I forgot a raid message.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's fine.
We got him. Victory is ours.
Everybody go and follow lesbian hot sauce immediately. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, I'm Kevin Logan. I'm a socialist from the UK, which should not be a thing that you'd be surprised about, because lesbian hot sauce is also that
Ladies
thing.
and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
Yes. So you can hit the follow button. It's cheap, literally so cheap. It's free. It costs you no amount of money. Although you can also become a member. No, you can't.
Ladies
you
and
can
gentlemen,
subscribe.
We got him. Victory is ours.
For is it $5 or something? I don't fucking know. Whatever. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. Yes. We're currently watching Peter Oborn eviscerate a fucking Israeli shill boy. So,
ladies and gentlemen,
hang on, I'll turn.
We got him. Victory is ours.
There we go. I'll turn the alert box off just until things settle down. But you can still hit the follow button. Nice. Welcome in, one and all. Welcome to the Kevolution. Anyway, don't know. Bye-bye. Right. So, we're watching Peter Oborn talk to this fucking Israeli shill twat. Well, he's not Israeli. He's British. Former ambassador to Yemen, although he doesn't seem to know much about Yemen, which is rather worrying, but there we go. Yes, and I was just saying that the kind of lib inside of Peter Oborn lets himself down when he says things like that we can't allow ourselves to become part of a lawless international order. That's already happened. That happened on October the 8th. 2023. It could be argued it became that a long time before that. Certainly the Iraq War was I think we can look back with a certain distance now and notice that was the beginnings of that entire trend. Although, of course, America have been overthrowing democratic governments for years and years. But either way, we now live in a completely lawless international stage. There was a bit there where we pretended. There's a bit where we pretended that there was like international law and all of that sort of stuff. There were a few like Serbian warlords that went to the Hague. There was good times. And now it's just like balls to the wall, international fucking slaughter. But only the good kind of slaughter that's done by countries that America like, not by the evil countries that America doesn't like. If you're Russia, tish tish. If you're Israel, that's official world policy now. Yes, I did see the thing about Ireland, and that's pretty dope. I have to look into the results and all of that, and maybe I'll talk about it a bit tomorrow. But yeah, that's cool. That is good. Anywho,
mass murder as a weapon of war, starvation as a weapon of war. We can't do that. That isn't what we as a nation stand for. And
again, you do have to look at the history of this. That is definitely a thing that this nation has stood for. It's not one it claims, right? It's not something it claims to stand for, but it is what we actually stand for. Whether it's the starvation of the Boers during the Boer Wars, whether it's the starvation of 4 million Indians during the Second World War, whether it's the use of torture in Iraqi jails, all manner of appalling things that the British Army has done and continues to do. That is Britain. That is the real Britain. Okay?
Where are we going? Garbage Island.
Surprised. I'm quite shocked, actually, to hear a former British diplomat defend that kind of conduct.
So once again, I don't accept your premise in many of this. You know, the idea that there is an established pattern of deliberate massacre of civilians, I simply...
I mean, but there literally is. How would you accidentally kill that many civilians? Even in 2 years?
It's well documented by all of the human rights organisations, by the UN. This is a matter of...
Just let Edmund make his point.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Yes, let's at least look at the company that we are in.
You passive-aggressive hoe bag.
You know, we are not talking about just being in, you know, some level of coordination with the United States, which is part of this. You know, it's part...
What the fuck is that message, Dingus? Thank you for the bits. They say, Kev also offered all his holes to Peter Oborne, but the Israeli stooge said they may be full of Hamas. Sick. Thank you, I guess. I did offer him my holes, that is true. I can't deny that. It's well documented.
Partly, British foreign policy over many years, of course, has been, you know, partly about a close relationship with the United States. Now, that's just a fact of the matter. It may...
Okay, but you can't say because a thing exists, therefore it has to exist, or therefore it's a good thing that it exists. Like, he's saying it's morally wrong to do these things, and you're like, but our policy has been to be friends with America. Okay, but we don't have to be. We weren't always. We used to do more damage to the White House than Donald Trump is currently doing to the White House. It's a long time ago now, but the point stands. We don't have to be friends with Israel. By the way, I'm not advocating we burn down the White House. We don't need to. Donald Trump's ripping it down as we speak. It's fine. He's doing more damage to America than Osama bin Laden did, for fuck's sake. Anyway, he's doing what Al-Qaeda crawled so that Trump could run. Okay? Fact. Anyway, we don't have to be good friends with them. We could tell them to, like, go fuck themselves, instead of, like, handing their war criminal sex pest a state visit. How's about that? It's not a fucking force of nature or a law of physics. It's a thing that humans decided and can undecide. Prick.
I'm sure you can make objections to it, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with those objections, but that is a guiding principle that both of our political parties have accepted over decades. But it isn't just the United States.
Both of our political parties? He's worded that very strangely, like they're both representing one of the parties, which they're not.
We're also very much in step with Germany on this. We're very much in...
Oh, well, thankfully we're in step with the country that did a genocide, so, you know. Oh, crazy.
Step with Japan on this. We're very much in...
Who did a genocide as well? Again, within living memory. Oh, no.
Step with France on this.
I think Algeria counts.
There is no international unanimity, certainly not in the West, against British policy on Gaza.
And yet all of these countries, their positions evolved over time, and particularly Britain's position.
As did ours.
And started saying, this is unacceptable, the level of killing is horrific.
There are several political parties, yes. And indeed, the two main political parties you're talking about are probably going to get wiped out at the next election, so we'll wait and see. Also, check out the Riz on the fucking trainers here. Some beautiful... Are those Converse? He's wearing jeans and a jacket, shirt, no tie, Converse. Fuck yes. Honestly, that's drippy. I like it.
there's got to
I
be
mean, it's kind of middle-class dad drip, but still.
ceasefire. Eventually, they got to calling for a ceasefire, even though they rejected the idea of calling for a ceasefire at the beginning. And yet, for all the allyship that you talk of, they were unable to affect any change in Israel's behavior at all.
Well, so, you're exactly as you say, the evolution of policy is what you would expect to see. You would expect any Western country sensitive to its own electorate, sensitive to international dynamics, to look at this and to say, this has to stop. And people have been saying that, that we need to get to an off-ramp as soon as possible. It isn't only the Israelis who had to stop. Hamas were also part of this equation.
Yeah, they agreed to everything, like pretty much straight away. It was only Israel continuing to fight.
Have been all the way through. And of course, they are still avowedly committed to the destruction of Israel. They haven't changed their fundamental position. And
okay, but Israel is literally destroying Palestine. The Knesset, the Israeli
sometimes
parliament.
may be good, sometimes may be shit.
No, it's always shit. Is it going to read the thing out? No, apparently it's not. Okay, I'll get to it in a second. The Israeli Knesset, the Israeli parliament, literally voted to fully annex the West Bank. Now, does the Israeli government follow through with that? I don't know. At least I don't know at the moment. Obviously, it's their plan to do so at some point in the future, because, again, Greater Israel Project. But their parliament just voted for that. So the idea that Israel is like a good faith actor in any sense whatsoever is fucking ludicrous. Obviously not. Thank you to Rachel Atwood with $5, who says, in 2018, a bipartisan coalition in Congress successfully voted to stop selling weapons to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I was trying to work out what KSA was. I was like, isn't that the streamer? But that's KSI, it's a different person. Anyway, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to kill Yemenis. Trump vetoed it. Anti-war Don my ass. Well, I mean, the fact that he's literally saber-rattling openly about going to war with Venezuela, he's not anti-war in the slightest. He's so butt-blasted that he didn't get the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Look, he thinks you only have to do, 1 week of peace stuff to get the prize. He genuinely doesn't seem to understand that you have to actually, do peace and stuff. Knesset is pronounced Knesset. Knesset. Okay, Knesset. Well, to be fair, Tom Isaacs, I did specifically ask my chat how to pronounce it, and they told me it was Knesset. But if it's Knesset. Knesset. Right, I'll try and remember that. Or I'll just start saying Israeli Parliament, because that's just easier. Rand Paul is also saying the right thing about Venezuela now. When you say the right thing, do you mean the morally right thing or the right-wing thing?
Oiled like a baby otter.
I am indeed. Thank you, Stutek. Stutek? A room full of cahunts.
Oh dear, I seem to have spotted a cunt.
Good day. My chat lied. Well, yeah, that's true. They are lying bastards. They are. Anyway, yes. Did I say thank you? I did say thank you to Dingus. Final result, 914,000 votes for Catherine Connolly, 424 for Heather Humphreys, loser, and 103,000 for Jim Gavin, loser. How many votes did Conor McGregor get? Because he was definitely going to stand, because he understands the Irish Constitution. 100%. How many votes did he get, chat? I can't wait to see. He didn't get any votes because he wasn't allowed to stand because he's an idiot and a rapist. As an American, I'm going to keep my gob shut about genocides. Well, thankfully, Britain has never done a genocide. We're good boys and girls and non-MBs. Non-MBs? MBs, just MBs. So we've never done anything wrong. No genocides over here. Apart from the one that they're literally discussing, which our government's very much been complicit in. Complicit, there's a word. Someone should write a book called that. Anyway.
They have said on the record multiple times that what they're looking for is not a peace agreement with Israel, it's a ceasefire that will enable them to regroup.
Indeed, yeah, he needed to get 20 nominations from the Dáil, and he didn't get one. Literally, not even the most far-right lunatics in there would not endorse him to become president. So not only did he get no votes from the Irish people because he couldn't stand, he got no votes from the people who could have allowed him to stand. He got 0 votes. 0. Cray.
Group and to carry out another October the 7th when the chance arises again. So the
That's a
evolution...
misrepresentation of the Hamas position.
You think they're looking for a peace agreement with Israel?
Yes, they are. They've been quite... what has been tragic is again and again, one of the things which has been tragic in the course of this carnage has been that there have been peace movements towards peace which have been blocked by Netanyahu, particularly when he breached the ceasefire in March this year. And actually going back before October the 7th, it was quite the political leader.
That is true, yeah. When the ex-leader, Dickie, whatever his face was, Richard something or other, who was very briefly the leader of UKIP, not Richard Tice, different one, called Christie anti-white. That was very funny. Actually, talking of politicians saying anti-white, by the way, loving the new profile pic. Very lifelike, isn't it, chat? Where are we? I did have a little dig. Here we go. Rupert Lowe tweeted out, anti-white racism is rife. And I just tweeted out the gif of, I'm doing my part. Fuck yes.
The ship has been sending out messages. It's ready to talk and ready actually to recognise the state of Israel. So you mustn't you're overstating the position, and you mustn't misrepresent it because you're presenting it.
Well, he's a paid stooge of the American fucking State Department. Of course he's going to misrepresent it. Jesus. He's being paid to do so.
Yeah, as there can be no solution.
I'm directly quoting what a number of Hamas leaders have said.
But we know, and you know actually, because you're a British diplomat, that Hamas has been saying other things and frequently has said other things. And we must pursue peace and not the carrying on this. I mean,
we are pursuing peace, and Donald Trump has actually produced a peace plan, which has actually done something meaningful.
Right, and the Israelis have broken it every single day since it was fucking signed.
And Britain has supported it.
He's produced a ceasefire.
He's produced a peace plan.
It's not a peace plan, and if you've studied those 20 points, you understand that perfectly well. He's produced a ceasefire, and of course, hopefully this will move towards a peace. But I think that this is the genocide or the carnage is such. The Economist estimates that between 4 to 5% of the population of Gaza has been killed. That's probably about 100,000 people. Others.
Anti-white racism is made up. Oh yeah? So what have I been doing on the internet for years then? I always assumed it was anti-white racism. Are you trying to take away my only source of content? Hating on white people. Really? Some people don't appreciate how delightfully anti-white I am. Tish tish.
I think it's more. If that was in Britain, that would be about 3 million of us.
So I don't accept that figure either.
You don't accept this figure, I know. There's a lot of facts which you find difficult to accept. You're innocent.
Oh! Burn.
state of denial. But there we
Many
are.
people talk about between 60
You're
and 70,000 casualties.
You're denying Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the United Nations. You're in a small place, along with you, Mr. Netanyahu, perhaps Ben Gvir. It's
oh, my nip-nips. Oh, Spice World.
And one of the problems of the British government has been, you have explained very well, very articulately, the British policy of not trying to offend the United States, of staying alongside our ally. But it's taken...
Hey, hello there, Boy Meets Minnie. Everyone go and follow Boy Meets Minnie. And everyone also go and follow Mad Cat Scotty Eye / oh, fuck, I always forget you fucking that Katie Marshall on the YouTubes. I can't stand people who don't have completely cross-platform accurate branding, okay? I would never be caught dead having several different names on all of the platforms.
Taken us in to a moral cesspit.
Let me just move us on to another part of your argument, Peter, which is why...
Did I watch Spice World? I did, but that's actually an Alan Partridge reference. Alan Partridge does the Spice World.
Complicity in your framing has been acceptable in Britain, and the conversation that we've had around it, the way it's been framed, the way it's been reported in the media, and the way that we describe people and deaths on both sides. Why do you think it's been distorted and wrong?
I look at the conduct of the mainstream British media in the way that it's reported the events since October the 7th, and it's been shocking. I mean, the greater
It's a fucking disgrace.
Value attached to Israeli people who've been killed by Hamas, the Israelis, than the Palestinian.
Just explain why you think, how has that happened? You know, what are the examples, if you like?
The most desperate day of the war, 22 Israelis killed. Terrible. But, you know, the same day, something like 200 Palestinians were killed. There's a basic racism about Western reporting.
Quite literally, we have to go back to Bassem Youssef again. Like, he summed it up perfectly right at the very start of all of this. To Ben Shapibos, how many sons of bitches? What's the ratio of sons of bitches to Israeli human beings? He summed it up perfectly. He was right from the very get-go. It was the perfect riposte. Unfortunately, it didn't change anything. That's a shame. But it's absolutely fucking true. Israelis are treated as human beings, and Palestinians aren't. Oh, I forgot I had a Bassem Youssef fucking meme thing. Yeah. Which, is that one of the ones that you have to be subscribed? Yeah. If you subscribe to me, you get a Bassem Youssef shocked face emote, which I totally forgot I even had. Fuck. Anyway, thank you, Fosmos, for gifting a sub to Mr. Parry, who now has access to the Bassem Youssef emote, if they so wish.
An Israeli person who's been killed, it's a terrible tragedy. I'm all for it. Give them a name, give them a job, explain what they were doing. Palestinian person who gets killed, doesn't matter. Let's look at the treatment of Palestinian journalists. More than 200, I think, according to the latest numbers, have been killed, many of them targeted. What attention has been given to that in the Western media? Very, very little. The targeting of aid workers, you know, well over 300 UNRWA workers killed.
Literally, that nothing, like, we passed a stage where Britain could have held its head up even remotely high about this. Or should I say the British government. The day that, was it 5 or 6 aid workers who specifically had contacted the Israeli government to tell them the exact time and route they would take from point A to point B, they were driving, through a supposed safe corridor that the Israelis had said that aid workers could move through. told them exactly where they would be, exactly the vehicle, even the fucking plates of the vehicle, so that there was no possibility of a mistake. And the Israelis shelled and killed those 6 people, including, I think it was 2 British citizens. Murdered. Directly targeted and murdered because they were aid workers. The British government didn't even comment. It was an internal Israeli affair. Britain is a bad place, run by very, very bad people.
Nobody notices.
All of these things have been reported, though, haven't they? I mean,
Not
and they are
really.
part of the conversation. It's part of the protest movement. It's part of all the activist conversation.
The protest movement has been largely ignored, and it's been systematically smeared by the British media. I have a chapter on this, about how the fabricated stories published all over the mainstream media, making out that they're terrorist supporters or Hamas supporters or anti-Semites or violent thugs. These protesters who've been walking...
Well, thankfully they weren't Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, because then the British government would have supported them, of course. Lol.
Through Britain, British streets, week after week, protesting simply in favour of international law. They've been they're on the same side as the United Nations, the International Court, Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, against war crimes and for peace.
How do you think where do you think the bias is?
Oh, we're on a hype train as well, which is dope.
The return of the sausages.
There's a hype train going. Who do you need a glove for? Kitty Bonk.
I don't know. I'll let someone decide. I don't know. Yeah, whoever. If we get to the next level of the hype train, I'll finger. Has anyone bad died recently? Who's the worst person who died recently? I'll finger them. Oh, that's fucking dope. Sorry, that emote's awesome. Cell thickness. Nice. Nice. What's his name? Fountain Neck. Fountain Neck. Ian Watkins? Oh, you know what? Yeah, Ian Watkins. I'll finger Ian Watkins. No, Crowman. We already got banned for this. We already copped a 7-dayer. No. Bad. Bad chat. That was fucking hilarious that the Labour Party got 11%, man. Fuck me. What a bunch of clowns. Yeah, okay, if we get to level 2 of the hype train on the Twitches, I'll finger Ian Watkins. Ian Watkins was jabbed in the Kirk. Can we not make the Kirk a new phrase for neck, please? Because that would be too tempting for me to use as a phrase. And I don't need that, chat. I don't need it. Okay? There's so much temptation for me to break rules that every part of me wants to say things all the time that will get me banned. Like earlier, I said about your man, go and play Roblox.
There's a perfectly good neck hole you could be fingering.
You're gonna get me killed, man. Your swag's too strong. We're talking about Captain Kirk. Yeah, no, you're definitely talking about Captain Kirk. Yep. No, I believe you. I believe you, chat. I do, 100%. Anyway, about the guy earlier, I said go and play Roblox. Regular viewers will know what that actually means. Do you know how many times during a stream I want to say that? Do you know how often I want to say that to people? We watch some of the worst people on this show. We watch some of the most horrific people all the time. The things I want to say would definitely get me banned. It takes every drop of restraint I have within my soul to stop me saying those things. So what I don't need is you tempting me. You are waving a very large red rag in front of a phenomenally infantile bull. Okay, and I'm going to charge at it. You know I'm going to charge at it, and it's your fault. And then you're going to stab me in the neck because actually bullfighting is phenomenally cruel, and anyone who does it is an evil piece of shit. That's by the by. Thank you, Dingus Van Sant, who said a bad thing, which I'm not repeating. Tish. And thank you, Bilderberg, for gifting a sub to Electro Bubble 87. We have less than a minute left on the hype train, everybody. If you want me to go and finger noted dead pedophile Ian Watkins, or the corpse thereof, I suppose. You know.
In the framing of that, because obviously people on Edmund's side of the argument tend to call those hate marches.
Well, exactly.
And
that
describe,
is
you know,
that is gross misrepresentation.
But that's not how the media tends to describe.
No, the media.
Well, no, the media has tended to say that actually quite a lot, like a lot. A kirk is also the name of an old Scottish church, so we Scottish church in the neck hole. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for ignoring my requests for restraint. I love you all. You mad cunts.
Gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay, gay it's going to be.
This year bought. I've done one of my chapters. I look into this. I show how the media presented the marches as violent, and I show that in fact they were incredibly peaceful, and indeed the far right marchers who disrupted, let's say, at the Cenotaph, they were a bit embarrassing for the media. Well, the media doesn't like to pay attention to the fact of the extraordinary far right support which Israel's generated. Tommy Robinson, Nigel Farage, the fact that there's this coalition between the British government and the far right.
Disputes he's far right.
Well, I won't. I'm happy to say it's far right, I can assure you.
Can I please at least make the point? I do not associate with people like Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, but he's there. There he is in Israel.
Oh, because you're one of the acceptable Zionists. Oh, okay, that's fair enough. See, everyone does respectability politics, don't they? Even fascist cunts who support genocide are like, see, I will happily support the targeting of children and civilian and journalists and stuff, aid workers, you know, but I'm not like that working class chav who believes all of the same things I believe. What? Like, in what way aren't you just Tommy Robinson with a public schoolboy accent? How are you not just Tommy Robinson with a tie? Well, Tommy Robinson does have to wear a tie for his regular court appearances, but that's, like, in general, like, you know, just in normal circumstances.
Invitation of the Israeli government, and that is a problem, that you have very ugly forces in Western society supporting Israel as it slaughters Arabs in Gaza.
What do you make of the way it's been framed? I mean, do you think it's been fair?
So, I mean, I was surprised when we were preparing for this that this was a significant part of Peter's argumentation, because I would have thought that on this particular point about alleged media bias for Israel, I hadn't really heard that before. It's an unusual point of view. Now, for example,
because Israel supporters feel the media is against them. I mean.
So you know, I don't.
Oh, they are massive victim playing bitches. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Boiled like a baby otter.
Quite so. Thank you to Goat Boy Aaron for gifting 10 memberships on YouTube. Much love. I will happily suck the soul out of you. Twice. Sideways. Don't know what that means. Anyway. Yes. All I'll say is, the really easy example to give here is, whenever you say something like, Israel is doing genocide, the host has to interject and say, Israel would deny that it is doing genocide. Right? That's always happens. Whether it's the BBC, Channel 4, whatever. The host always interjects and interrupts you with, Israel would deny that claim. Interestingly, they don't do the same with Russia. If you go on TV and say, what Russia is doing by stealing Ukrainian kids and taking them to Russia is genocide, at no point do the host interrupt and go, Russia would deny that that's genocide. Russia would deny that claim. Why is that, chap? If you have accused the Burmese government, or the Myanmarese government of slaughter of the Rohingya, at no point will you be interrupted and say, well, actually, the government of Myanmar would deny that. Why is it only ever Israel? The idea for a second that there isn't massive pro-Russia bias in this, not pro-Russia, pro-Israel bias in the British media is farcical. And again, it just goes to show you perfectly what victim-playing cry-bully scum the Zionists are. Oh, is it still Burmese? As in the is it demonym? Demonym, which is just a cute way of saying Eminem. I want some demonyms. Or I listen to the rap music of Eminem. Whatever. I'll turn the alert box back on now. Yes. Where are we? Thank you to Dingus Van Zandt. I hear you're making a Charlie Kirk film, all Dutch angles, interestingly shot. Oh, chat. You're gonna get me killed. You're gonna get me You're gonna get me neutralised. Is that what you want, chat? Is this your attempt to take me out? Have you been playing the long game? You're a bad un. You're a bad un. No! No comment on any of the jokes in chat. I'm just going to play the very serious topic we're talking about here.
So I don't want to get into. I don't want all of us, whatever our point of view, we will always say that we feel that the media is not representing it properly. And I've talked a good deal to people in the BBC, and people in the BBC have said, we're attacked all the time for being pro-Israeli, and we're attacked all the time for being anti-Israeli. And we can only sort of surmise that we may be roughly in the right place. Now, I realise that's rather.
That's a little bit. That's a little bit silly, really. Yeah. No, I think we're okay for now.
Approximate, and it's maybe not a very scientific basis on which to make an argument. But I would say that in general.
Oh yeah, the BBC will be attacked for being anti-Israeli by Zionists, because if you just report anything that's vaguely true about what's going on in Gaza, they'll call you an anti-Semite. Yeah. So the fact that the BBC have said like, some Palestinians died today, that's anti-Semitic. That's anti-Semitism. You're being anti-Israeli by even mentioning Palestinians dying. Because actually, it was Hamas, probably, for reasons and that. Yeah.
Whether you feel that the media has lent slightly one way or the other, I think the argument that the media has been systematically pro-Israeli is eccentric.
It is striking.
Based on what?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
I mean, having just come back from Israel, and I know you've been there as well recently. I mean, I found with my TV cameras, people in Israel much more hostile towards British journalists, and particularly they would say, "Are you the BBC?" And when you say, "No, we're Channel 4," they say, "Okay, well, at least you're not the BBC." They think the BBC is against them.
And by the way,
you're
there has
saying,
been,
well, actually, they were in favour.
Look, structurally they are, and I look forward to somebody rebutting. I put these points to BBC executives, the relevant BBC executives. They can't answer them.
Let's go beyond the BBC, because it's, they're not here to defend themselves, and they say that we're a public service broadcaster trying to get it right. But because your criticism really goes beyond that, isn't it? It's the whole conversation in most of the media that most of Britain reads and watches that you feel has been slanted and racist.
Yeah, and you can see that very graphic case in point over last weekend over the Maccabi fans and Aston Villa, where the Prime Minister intervened against police advice. And has got a bloody nose for it politically, because he's been proved to have been wrong. I mean,
that is true. That is true.
And the media coverage of that was fanatically. We must let this is a free speech issue. This is a fairness issue. You've got to let the Maccabi fans into Britain, even though they're known for their genocidal chants and their violence and death to Arabs and all the rest of it. And the media cast that as went after an MP called Ayub Khan, who'd been calling for Maccabi fans to be banned. It was a racist campaign against Ayub Khan. I saw one remark by a shock jock saying he should go back to Pakistan. This is on a respectable channel.
He's been suspended.
Thank God for that. But
I wouldn't say Talk TV is a respectable channel, but yeah. I'm at Villa Park tomorrow. Oh yeah, hello, as friends, Rust. Were you here at the start for the football bit? I don't think you were, so I'll just... I'm putting together a football opener bit. Like, there's this, right? The thing I play. Hang on, I'll turn the noise off. This thing with the various images? I've got one for the football. Not that bit. There we go. And if we wait for it to cycle through, because I can't... I mean, I could just turn it onto the bit where you're allowed to just move them, but... I can't be asked. There we go. I'm Edin Dzeko now. Fuck yes. I thought you might enjoy that one. Anyway, yes, there's. I thought you might like that one. I knew you were Edin Dzeko. I am exceptionally good centre forward. Underrated, I would say, in my generation. Yeah.
So I mean, and that was a very clear example. I think one of the arguments I do make in this book is the far right fascist Islamophobic arguments being made for Israel and allies that the pro-Israel side has got. And Starmer, in my view, and it's shaming in a British Prime Minister, was, as part of Labour's strategy to win over the red wall voters, win back the voters who've gone to reform from Labour, actually basically doing what they wanted, appealing to them by siding against Ayub Khan and with Maccabi fans.
Edmund, what's your...
Which, ironically, they don't even want them here. Like, your average reform voter probably doesn't even want those dickheads here anyway. Also, oh God, it's been so silly. The response from Labour to getting their arse handed to them, having a century of Kafili electability destroyed in one election, is to trumpet how much they love ID cards. Oh, we're going to do the ID cards. That thing that everyone hates? That's been their big media selling thing today. We're going to do ID cards. Brilliant. Just fucking spectacular. Honestly, they deserve every loss. They really do. They deserve every single loss that's coming to them. And there are a lot coming to them. Oh yeah, the Barry Weiss thing in America's fucking mental. America's fucking cooked. Absolutely cooked.
View on that?
I mean, I don't want to get deep into the Aston Villa thing. It's again, it feels to me as if it's a little bit off the subject.
But generally, you feel.
Well, not really, because these things are connected. I know you haven't been briefed by your fucking handlers as to what to say about that topic, so you don't want to talk about it. Fine, whatever. But, like, they are connected. Why are our government complicit? Because I don't think Keir Starmer necessarily wanted to be remembered as the genocide Prime Minister, but he will be, and possibly the ID cards Prime Minister. What a record. Yeah, I don't think he wanted to be remembered that way. But because of his, bought and paid for membership of the Zionist Fuckknuckle Club, he has done so. Why is it, of course, that our entire media apparatus and our entire fucking political apparatus outside of the Green Party and your party are all lockstep about this? To the point where they will happily support violent racist lunatics rampaging through our streets so as to not be anti-Semitic.
It's a fucking disgrace.
Amused that you think that the media is being described as pro-Israel.
Precisely, yes. I just don't see it. I mean, I see in some areas I see balance. I think I see some areas where I definitely see a very anti-Israeli bent. I'm not sure where I see the pro-Israeli.
Well, I am anti-Israeli and bent, so. Is he talking about me? Is that a personal shout out? Because I appreciate that. Thank you.
But I can believe that it might exist in some newspapers. But I would have thought on balance.
Try reading the Times. What about it's extraordinary. You read the Telegraph, and you don't think it's pro-Israeli. I mean, it's very odd, actually.
Yeah, wasn't it? Was it the Telegraph that fucking Michael Gove? Hang on, was it? Hang on. Oh no, it was the Jewish Chronicle. My bad. Anyway. But this, honestly, is the worst thing I've ever not written. I didn't write this. That I've ever read. Michael Gove, former British cabinet member, says the IDF should be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Thank God Israel has the courage to sometimes ignore its most powerful ally. That was from January of 2025. Would the Chumbawamba song Enough Is Enough result in an automatic ban even though it's an absolute banger? I don't know. The reason that I've gone with the songs I have gone with is because they didn't copyright strike me. The first day or two, whatever it was, that I did this open a bit, there we are. I used songs that were like the actual versions of songs, and so they got copyright struck. Not a massive problem or anything, but like, it just means you can't search for the stream online or anything. It won't appear in searches. So I wanted to find versions of the songs that were like okay. So I've got like a live version, and then I've got a Eurobeat techno version of "Come Out Ye Black and Tans" and stuff like. Yeah, I've got Ciao Bella in English, so it confuses the algorithm and it doesn't realise that it's copyrighted content. So So that's why I've gone with those particular songs. I might try and find some others that don't get copyright struck so that I can sort of mix it up from time to time. But for now, we're just going to go with those songs. It's better than the fucking previous shite I had going anyway.
The mental outlook you're betraying.
So as a matter of fact, I don't particularly read the Telegraph, and if you say it's pro-Israeli...
Try reading the Spectator, old boy, or the
Times. But these are outlets that are open about their position. There's nothing wrong with that.
And they're private outlets as well. I mean, let's go back to the BBC. The BBC is under pressure over justifying the license fee and what that implies in terms of its obligations to the British people. And they're walking a tightrope, and I don't think they always get it right, but I don't think...
So they should represent the genocidal lunatics in the country. Yeah, that's definitely a thing they should do. Cool.
They get it systematically wrong.
I'm afraid they do, and they've systematically kept from their audiences vital information for the understanding of how this war has progressed.
Finally, Peter, I mean, you built a case in your book which is basically arguing our politicians, our political decisions, our media, our national conversation makes us complicit as a nation in what has happened in Gaza. What are you hoping people will do as a result?
See, this is where I want to step in and say the terms of service thing. You see, chat, this is like this goes unnoticed, I think, by the audience, my dear viewer. But it takes so much within inside myself not to give my opinion about what I hope people do. Because I would face, let's just say, IRL repercussions if I did say those things. I'm being silenced, chat. My freedoms of the peaches have been enormously infringed. And oh, fucking, I just noticed. I've still got these as well. I've still got my... I might just keep these forever, fuck it. I've still got my Scotland and Norway things. Do you remember that from the football? I've still got Scotland and Norway. My official merchandise. For the people who are around for that.
Reading that.
Well, one of the things which is very hard to remember is that the vast majority of the British people are decent people. Right from the outset of this conflict, the majority of the British people have been for a ceasefire. They have been for the rule of law. I think now I have made the case in this conversation, but much more thoroughly in the book, that British ministers...
True, Crowman, true.
...in what is likely to be judged to be a genocide. I hope that these ministers will be brought to justice. There must be accountability. I don't believe that Britain should support barbaric policies, whether our friends the Saudis in the Yemen or the Israelis in Gaza. I think we should be a force for good in the world. We should respect international institutions like the International Criminal Court, the United Nations, and have a foreign policy which is a force for good in the world, not for one which is a force for violence, mayhem, chaos, and law-breaking.
You'd agree with that, wouldn't you, Ed?
I would agree that that is what we should do. I would also claim that that is exactly what we already do.
Firstly, the fact that you said do whilst talking do is funny. And secondly, that is not what we do. Demonstrably and obviously not what we do. You are a bullshitter.
I think we're into concluding points, aren't we? Let me just make a couple of points. One is that, because I haven't said it explicitly, let me say explicitly that I am no apologist for Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm not.
Come on now. Come on, you definitely are. You definitely are. I need something like a Shaw Jan or something for the soundboard, don't I? I don't have anything. Hang on, what happened?
You are coping and seething.
That works, I guess. Great news, Brummy Comrade. The rights are owned by Christy Moore, and he gives the proceeds to the descendants of the men who fought in the 5th International Brigade. So use Viva la Quinta Brigada. I've got no problem using that. It might still get copyright struck because YouTube is shite, but it's a fucking belter of a tune.
Here to defend him, and there are many problems that I have with the way that he has approached Israeli national security over recent years. The second thing I should say, just because it's an honest disclosure, is that although I've in a way sort of been cast here as someone who will defend the actions of the British government. The British government itself would not be terribly happy with that, because I no longer work for the British government. I'm no longer a British ambassador, and I'm not under any obligation to defend them if I didn't agree.
Well, you're not under any obligation, but you are under, let's say, financial, contractual obligation. You know.
With what they were doing. So, you know, I'm not giving British propaganda here. I don't have to, and I don't even want to. But I would argue that the British government over the past, well, let's say for as long as I have been involved in foreign policy, and that would be going back to the 1980s, I would say that the British government of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, which is to say, obviously, France, China, Soviet Union, then Russia, and the United States, I would say the British government has most consistently factored in values into its understanding of its interests and the policies that it has pursued. And it doesn't always get it right, but I am generally proud of the way the British government has approached most international issues.
Edmund Fitton Brown.
Honestly, you are a massive cunt, and I hope nothing good ever happens to you ever again. Literally ever. Just saying. People like that should really reflect upon the way in which they have sold their souls. For reals. Anyway.
That is a stiff dick of poop.
I_swear donated $3. I use SPNK for milk. There's a film I just saw called I Swear. It's wonderful, funny and sad. It's about growing up with Tourette's syndrome. Couldn't recommend it more.
Okay, I will perhaps check that out at some point, but I don't really watch that many films. But thank you for the donation. I appreciate that enormously. And I appreciate a good lover of spunk as well. Always good. Do you want him to eat cake and cross a road? Is that a euphemism for something? I don't know. Anyway, thank you for Billy Bits from Crowman as well. Much love to you. Anyhow, selling souls equals more fingering holes. I guess. Can I show the trailer? We've got quite a lot. We've got this going on. Actually, yeah, send it, and I'll. When we need a break from this, we can do that. Yeah, how about that? But anyway, we go from Britain to America, where voting apparently has begun in the mayoral race in New York. But this was from 2 days ago. The New York mayoral race. Oh, and apologies, I wasn't on yesterday, by the way, as well. I fell asleep on Christie. Not literally on Christie. Fell asleep and ghosted Christie for twice in a week. A break from Mamdani knows. Well, yeah, but there are 2 other dickheads talking, so, like, you know, what can you do?
The candidates joining us tonight have met a fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board. The seat is currently held by...
That's so America-pilled. It's so America-pilled to be like, we're going to decide based on how much money you have. Not how much public support you have. How much money you have. Whether you can be on the stage. Brilliant. I got automodded for asking where you'd finger the pedo. Well, we didn't even get to level whatever it was of the hype train, so I'm not even going to finger him yet. But I understand why it would be auto-modded, because that's a weird question to ask. Kev, be careful, Christy might get on a plane and bitch slap you awake. Well, I'm fine with that. Recognition of the Tamil genocide and support for self-determination. Oh, is that going... Oh, okay, cool. Why wasn't that already a thing? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad that that's being brought before the Scottish Parliament, but why was that not already... Well, that's... Yeah. Like, isn't the... I forget which one it is, hang on. Yeah, so the Armenian genocide is recognised by the federal government in America. Oh yeah, but okay, in 2022, so okay, apparently it did change, thankfully. But up until 2022, so like a century afterwards, the state of Mississippi didn't formally recognise the Armenian genocide as having happened. The other 49 states had all been like, you know, yeah, that happened, yeah, that was bad. But Mississippi was like, we're not sure. Not sure about that. Did that actually happen? But thankfully they have now recognised it, so that's...
By Eric Adams, who has decided not to run for re-election. In alphabetical order.
Oh yeah, Eric Adams fucking cucked out, didn't he, and endorsed Cuomo. It's bad when you have to endorse your hater. When you become the bitch to your own hater. Oh, that is stank.
Andrew Cuomo is a former governor of New York, running on an independent line.
And a rapist!
Zohran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee, representing parts of Queens in the state assembly.
And a Chad!
Since 2021. And Curtis Sliwa is the Republican nominee and the...
Literally has a tan line from wearing a beret too often. Mentalist. Literally, look at the shading of his fucking scalp. Look at it. It's like normal colour downwards, and then from the top half is like Caucasian. Like...
the founder of the Guardian Angels.
Now for the rules. The rules you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds.
There's not an opening statement of 45 seconds. Wow, what a debate. This is so silly, because you know none of this is going to fucking happen. It's like when you can set out debates for fucking, I don't know, the hippy dippy as well, but you know people are just going to shout at each other. Fucking hell.
Seconds, and then answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds with a chance for rebuttals. Candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent one question in our cross-examination round. So let's begin. This will be the last time all three candidates will be together on stage. The next mayor will be sworn into office 71 days from now on January 1st, 2020.
Jesus Christ, America! Oh, God. Your elections are insufferable. And don't get me wrong, look, it suits me. As a content creator, the amount of fucking content we get out of American elections is mental. But you need to hurry that shit up. It's already dragged on so long, and the motherfucker doesn't even get put in until fucking January. Your elections just go on and on and on. Your general election just doesn't ever stop. They literally start talking about the next election before the first election is over. It's fucking mental. You know what? I'm not even going to change it. I'm not even... This is the hair I wanted. This is exactly how I foresaw my life going. But no, we're not changing that. That's happening.
26. He will inherit a city with an affordability crisis, a tense relationship with the federal government, and millions of New Yorkers who very likely did not support him. Let's begin our debate with your opening statements to viewers. You have 45 seconds. The order was...
Well, I mean, that last point is silly because every person ever elected, unless it's like Robert Mugabe stealing it and gets 95% of the vote or 99% or whatever, always has a large chunk of the electorate who didn't vote for them, and a large chunk who fucking hate them, and a large chunk that didn't vote at all. Okay, just get on with it then.
Was determined by a random drawing on live television this morning, and we'll begin with Curtis Sliwa. Good evening.
Thank you. It's us versus them. It's us versus the insiders and the billionaires. It's us versus Cuomo.
Motherfucker, you are endorsed by Donald Trump, a man who claims to be a billionaire, at least.
It's us versus Zorhan. This is a campaign not
Again, he's not pronounced his name correctly once, has he?
about power. This is a campaign about you, the people. And I know many of you hardworking New Yorkers, you tell me you've been pushed aside, you've been silenced. These are the people that have all the money, all the connections. They've made their backroom deals, but we have something more important. We have you, the people. And we're not going to be silenced anymore.
You really are the most devious bastard in New York City.
They're going to fight. Tonight, I want you to look at the content of my policies, to know that I've served this city for more than 50 years, the city that I love. And I'm going to share with you my vision to make New York City safer again, to make New York City more affordable again, and where everybody once again can live the American dream.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening.
Honestly, I will miss him being mental, if nothing else. When the election's over, I will miss his mentalness. I mean, he should also shut the fuck up, though, but, you know, whatever.
Thank you. Good evening. New York's first thank you to...
Oh dear, I seem to have spotted a cunt.
The moderators, thank you all for being here. And go Knicks, go Knicks, go Knicks. I hope we get an update on the score. New York...
Hello, fellow basketball fans. How about them Knicks? I hope Jalen Brunson takes a shit on your face.
New York is the greatest city on the globe. But we are at a pivotal moment. And the voters are going to have to decide in this election what candidate has the plan to save this city and what candidate can get it done, not just talk about it. My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out. He's never run anything, managed anything. He's never had a real job. I will hire 5,000 new police, build 500,000 new units. I will cut taxes, I will grow jobs, and I will end this hate-mongering and division that is tearing this city apart.
Really? Because you did insinuate that on a recent press interview that Zoran Mamdani would celebrate if 9/11 happened again? Because he's brown? So you're going to end the division by castigating Muslims? Bravo.
Because that's not who we are as New Yorkers. You know I can make change. You know I can make government work. I've done it before. I'll be ready on day one.
Okay, thank you. Next is...
Also, fuck the Knicks. They're not going to win anything. Even with a fucking dinged up Eastern Conference, they got no chance.
Mamdani, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you to the moderators, and thank you to New Yorkers for tuning in. I know you'd rather be watching the Knicks. While there are 3 candidates on this stage, you will hear only 2 messages. My opponents, who spend more time trying to convince the other to drop out than actually proposing their own policy.
That's a nice burn. That's a nice burn. Look, I'm not sure anyone's going to change their voting based on that, but just as a personal, like, I love it when there's actually like a proper sort of political zinger in there. Like he, on the other day, I saw him being interviewed, and his zinger was that Cuomo was spending more to try and stop him from being elected than he would be if he just allowed him to get elected, and then he was going to tax him more. So he's actually spending more than I would tax him, was his line, which is pretty good. It's pretty good.
Policies will speak only of the past, because that's all that they know. I am the sole candidate running with a vision for the future of this city. Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him. He will amplify...
Because you know that will have hurt him. You know that he's like, fuck, absolutely zinged him.
Right-wing talking points, he will share conspiracy theories, and he will do these things to make you feel that this should keep you up at night. But I've been spending the last year listening to New Yorkers, and I know what actually keeps you up. It's whether or not you can afford to live a safe and dignified life in this city. I have plans for our future. My opponents only have fear.
Thank you very much, candidates. Let's start tonight with some breaking news that happened yesterday afternoon when federal agents descended on Canal Street, arresting street vendors who have been selling counterfeit designer merchandise for as long as any of us can remember. This is the first time we've seen major federal law enforcement activity in the city outside of arrests at Immigration Court in Lower Manhattan. And some critics are now ringing an alarm bell, calling it a dangerous and unprecedented use of federal agents in New York City. Others say that the vendors were a major quality of life problem in the neighborhood that the NYPD had ignored. So the candidate, I'll ask each of you to respond to this. How should the mayor and the NYPD have handled both the presence of the street vendors and then the federal action? We'll start with you, Mr. Cuomo.
I've had a lot of dealings with President Trump. And there's only one way to deal with him. He puts his finger in your chest, and you have to put your finger right back in his chest. I
know where I'm putting my finger. You know as well, Chad.
Actually had this situation with ICE interfering in New York before. It was upstate New York where ICE just showed up and started to take action. And I called the president, and I went down to the White House, and I said, that doesn't work in New York. You don't send ICE in without coordinating with our police. It's not smart, it's duplicative, and it's dangerous. We don't need ICE to do quality of life crimes. We don't need them to worry about illegal vendors. That's a basic policing function for NYPD, Consumer Affairs, etc. I would have called the president and I would have said, look, you're way out of bounds, they're way out of bounds, call them back or I'm going to have the NYPD step in and stop them because this is not their jurisdiction. You're in the city of New York.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
ICE is a...
I mean, that was a nothing answer, but whatever.
Reckless entity that cares little for the law and even less for the people that they're supposed to serve. What we need to...
I mean, I would go further and say they're a terrorist organisation. But look, that's about as far as you can realistically go and still be electable, I think. Good for him. Duplicative. Yeah, look, it just means, like, you can say it should be pronounced duplicative or something like that, but it means it doubles up the work. He's basically saying NYPD are already dealing with it, ICE dealing with it. It's just two lots of people doing it, you know.
I hear they're making a Charlie Kirk movie. It's called Some Like It Shot.
Chat. I disavow this. I disavow Twitch. I disavow this evil. Okay? I, for one, am a proud observer of the immortal science of anarcho-Kirkism. Praise be upon him. And was deeply saddened about what happened, okay? So, please don't ban me.
to be doing here in our city is to end the chapter of collaboration between City Hall and the federal government, which we've seen under Mayor Adams. What we need to do is actually pass the street vending reform bills that have been in the City Council, some of which that this mayor has actually overridden. That's an example of how we can both protect street vendors, ensure quality of life, and leave no stone unturned in delivering for the people of this city, as opposed to working with a president who is looking to declare war on those same people.
Mr. Sliwa.
Unlike both of my adversaries, I patrolled that area many times, Church and Canal. And as you said, Errol, that activity has been going on for a long time. Selling the knockoff, sometimes stolen contraband by a series of people. The local 5th Precinct, they make arrests when they have obviously cause to do so, and they complain that they have to release them because of no cash bail, of which both of my adversaries are in favor of and I'm not. The feds should not have stepped into this situation. There is not communication between the local authorities and the feds. This is a matter that should have been left up to the NYPD. But we can't tolerate citizens attacking our federal law enforcement forces in the street because that will just lead to anger.
Let me ask a related question. President Trump has been commenting on this race and all of you on a regular basis. He's been less than glowing when talking about each of you, especially you, Mr. Mamdani. I'd like you each to describe whatever combination of defiance, diplomacy, and cooperation you will use as mayor.
Thank you, Crowman.
If President Trump continues to increase the federal government's role in the affairs of our city while also threatening to decrease funding. Start with you this time, Mr. Sliwa.
Well, both my adversaries have decided to bump chests with President Trump to prove who's more macho.
But I've decided to suck his dick, which is way better.
You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid, for the SNAP program, and it's threatened to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial, you're going to lose. And who gets hurt? The people of New York City. With Trump, it's always the art of the deal. You have to go, you have to try to negotiate, whether it's with his minions or himself. He'll want you to give...
His minions! That's how you know he doesn't actually like Trump, really. Like, he has to play the game and, like, suck his dick a bit. But, like, you know he doesn't like him. Like, his minions. Oopsie.
In order to get a little bit. But if you immediately act like you're going to take him on, like, you know, it's going to be a one-on-one fight, we're going to lose. All the people in New York City are going to lose. You have to be...
No, you're not going to take him on. You're just going to receive him.
Gay is it?
Oil like
gay
a baby otter.
I want some gay. Gay it's going to be.
Able to show respect. And I think if you show respect, you'll get respect, and you'll protect the New Yorkers who are so desperately in need of federal funds.
Like a baby
What's
otter.
the good of it? They'll bump chests with Donald Trump. They won't get the money, and then they'll blame Donald Trump. I will negotiate.
Yeah, they'll blame the president for not releasing federal funds that are in his gift to be able to release. Yes. Crazy.
Oil like a baby otter.
It's crazy that we should expect the federal government not to act on the whims of one fucking man baby. Yes, actually. That's how... This is what America has come to in 2025. One of the parties being like, no, actually, no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing
like
that
the
federal government is just operated like the piggy bank of a fucking hopped up child with too much fucking sugar in its system. That's a good thing, actually. Yeah, awesome. And we should try and placate.
Like a baby otter.
We should try and placate that fucking knobhead. Yeah, that we should actually give in to the child and let the child just get whatever it wants. Because that's a very successful and winning strategy. I'm Kurt Sliwa. Look at my very even tan line. Thank you, and Andrina Webstyle. Much love to you. I will suck any part of you. If you're into it, you might not be into it, whatever, you know. That's fair.
With Donald Trump and try to get the best deal possible for our poor and indigent citizens.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, the difference on this question is I've actually lived it and I've done it with President Trump over many years through the most difficult situation that this country has gone through, COVID plus. You're wrong. You're going to have to confront President Trump. He is hyper-aggressive, and he is going to overstep his bounds. And you are going to have to confront him. And you can beat him. I confronted him, and I have beaten him. He was going to quarantine New York during COVID, and I stopped him. He was going to cut aid to federal programs, and
He was going to quarantine New York, but I stopped him and killed loads of New Yorkers.
You really are the most devious bastard in New York City.
What a flex. Yeah. Donald Trump was going to try and help you not die of a fucking terrible disease that was ravaging the entire world. But I stopped him from helping. Vote for me. I'm Andrew Cuomo. A sex pest fucking loser who kills people. You may if you wish. Well, we'll sort some of it out then. It's all good.
stopped him. But you also want to be in a place where you can cooperate on good things, because we need federal help if we're going to save our city and rebuild our city. President Trump has to respect you. He sent the National Guard into 20 cities. City he didn't send it into? New York. Because I talked to him and I said, we don't need you here. He has said he'll take over New York if Mamdani wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid and he's going to knock him on his tuchus. So it is a balance, but you're going to have to be adversarial when you need to, but you want to cooperate to get good things done in this city, and you need federal help.
Mamdani.
We first just heard from the Republican candidate for mayor, and then we heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo.
Oh! Oh! It's a moider. It's a moider. Oh.
Epic dub.
You could turn on TV any day of the week, and you will hear Donald Trump share that his pick for mayor is Andrew Cuomo. And he wants Andrew Cuomo to be the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him. Look, Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force in American history. He ran on going after his political enemies, and he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the 3rd piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the 1st and 2nd piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay. Short rebuttal from Mr. Cuomo.
Fair dues. Fair dues.
That's not what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump does an analysis of the race. Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mamdani. That is his dream, because...
Really? Because there's no such person running? Do you mean Mamdani? Like, I don't think that a person called Cuomo can really play the, well, he's got a funny foreign name card. Or Mr. Sliwa. It's the least fucking, it's the least waspy race that's ever happened in American history. It's the least white Anglo-Saxon Protestant that the race has ever been. Which, look, is appropriate because it's New York City. It's New York City, right? The city with a million different types of people in it from all over the world. So you would expect a race between Cuomo, Mamdani and Sliwa, rather than like Johnson and Thompson and Callahan or something. You know what I mean? Like, it just... Not that Callahan's a particular... You know what I mean, though? Like, just, you know, fucking white people names.
He will use him politically all across the country, and he will take over New York City. Make no mistake. It will be President Trump and Mayor Trump, and he will come in and take...
Mayor Trump? What the fuck are you talking about, you sad fucking wizened old husk? You loser sex freak. You fucking disgusting rapist piece of shit. Go to jail.
Take over the city, I have no doubt. All he said was, his analysis is after the polls, it's a tough choice between a Democrat and a communist. And he considers...
Absolute fucking lunatic. Everyone's a communist, including your nan. Brilliant.
Mamdani a communist, he happens to be a socialist, but between a communist and a Democrat, it's a tough choice for him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, candidates. Brian, what to talk to you about some important issues on the minds of New Yorkers.
Hi, candidates. Thank you for coming tonight. Yeah, and the cost of living is our next topic. You've all cited it as a major factor, and of course, so many New Yorkers are experiencing this, especially when it comes to rising housing costs. And many New Yorkers were shocked this week as...
I think he's my favourite Andy Dick character. Definitely.
A new report from the group Advocates for Children revealed that about 154,000 New York City public school students have been homeless at some point during the last year. 65,000 lived in homeless shelters. Even more were in doubled-up situations with no home of their own. It's never been over 150,000 before, they tell us, and it amounts to 1 in 7 New York City kids. As mayor, how would each of you tackle this problem to help this vulnerable population? And in this round, we're going to go Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, Mr. Sliwa. So, Mr. Mamdani, you go first.
This is a stain on our city. To see this many children in our public school system be homeless, and to know that this is the 9th consecutive year that it's more than 100,000 of those children. What we need to do is ensure that next year is not the same. And we are going to do that by building the housing necessary.
Oh yeah, Cuomo sexual. Oh shit, I wonder if that song's still on YouTube. That fucking cringy lib shit song. Now that they're both fucking horrific sex criminals. Homosexual Randy Rainbow. Hang on. Oop. There we go. Is this the one?
This is a pandemic. I felt it was a pandemic long before it was called a pandemic. All you had to do is look at other countries.
Stranded in my bedroom, no one to love. Then there he is.
Let us give you an update as to where we are today.
My favorite guy. He's the earth and heaven to your giant, keep it hidden. Honey, we can see right through you. Andy, can't you see I'm in quarantine?
No, it's not that one. Is it this one? The one where he says I'm a Cuomo-sexual guy. That... Oh, for fuck's sake. Do I have to look on the actual channel? Oh, chat. This is awful. I hate all of it. I feel sick. I feel fucking ill. Literally roadblocks me immediately. Maybe he took it. No, why would he take that down and not take the fucking awful other shit down? You know the song I'm talking about.
Whenever I feel sad and all the news is bad, my Cuomo primetime helps to get me through. I just got a subpoena from your other wife, Christina, to make this special birthday gift for you. This one's just for you, my Chris. I hope you like it. I don't usually do birthday parties. Christopher Cuomo, there's no one better in the biz. Christopher Cuomo. Christopher Cuomo. You always tell it like it is.
Oh, literally go fuck yourself. Oh, holy shit. Oh, no. Oh, we need to do more of this fucking knobhead stuff. God, this is embarrassing. Where? There was one that he did a song called it's called something like "I'm a Cuomo-sexual," and I can't fucking see it anywhere. If someone can find it for me, I'd love to play it because it was the cringiest shit I've ever fucking seen.
Such that New Yorkers are not priced out of this city or forced to live in shelters. And that's why my campaign is going to deliver 200,000 new affordable homes across the 5 boroughs, all while freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Now, in the public school system, we also have a program called Every Child and Family is Known. It links a child who is living in a homeless shelter with an employee of the public school system. It also links that employee with the child's family. It's been shown to increase attendance records, self-esteem, a level of
Randy Rainbow is not a parody account. No, that is. They are entirely sincere.
belonging in that school system. I am going to increase that pilot program to more than 200 schools, and we're going to do it because we have to deliver for these children.
Mr. Plummer. Yeah. Zoran is a great actor. He missed his calling. Freeze the rent sounds great. Yeah, it affects.
Well, that fucking died on its arse. Much like all of those pensioners you killed.
Actually, about 25% of the number of housing units in the city of New York. It's not a new idea. Bill de Blasio did it. It turned out to be a debacle. And it does nothing for 75% of the units. And for the 25, it just postpones the increase and actually causes us to lose units because landlords took them off the market.
Ask you to address the homeless children question, and we will get to rent freeze.
Yeah, well, the answer to homeless children is you need more affordable housing. And I'm saying freeze the rent was done under de Blasio. It doesn't work. It's a canard and just a great 3-word slogan for TikTok. The way to increase...
He's really annoyed at how good Mamdani's social media account is. He's so pathetic about it.
Coping so high, coping and seething.
Availability of affordable housing is to build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I did it all across the country. We have 1% vacancy rate. We're not building enough affordable housing, and you need a competent, productive government to do that. And that's what I've done across the country, across the state. Make government work. You get the supply up, the rents will come down.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you were named, so you get 30 seconds.
We are in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 children in the New York City public school system being homeless. That means it began when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. And what did he do? What did he do about it? He did not do anything. He spent more money on a singing water fountain at LaGuardia Airport than he did on the average cost of an affordable housing unit. That is the record that we have in display, and what we need is a change in this city, not more of the same.
Yeah, but if I may, the homeless issue, number of homeless since I left, has more than doubled during his administration and the state's administration. Since I left, homeless rate has more than doubled. When I left, the vacancy rate on housing was...
Shut the fuck up, right? It was the right song. I just misremembered the beginning of it. Hang on. It was the Andy song. Hang on.
I felt it was.
And we are going to watch the entirety of it. Okay? And you know why?
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Slapping fannies and killing grannies. See Sliva.
Jesus fucking Christ. Not only sick burn by Gennaro Gattuso, and then, I don't know if that's a real fucking thing he said, but that is a mental quote. Thank you, Rachel.
It was a pandemic long before it was called a pandemic. All you had to do is look at other countries.
Stranded in my bedroom. No one to love. Then there he is.
Let us give you an update as to where we are today.
My favorite guy. He's the earth and heaven to your giant, keep it hidden. Honey, we can see right through you. Andy, can't you see I'm in quarantine? A nervous wreck and skirt as heck of COVID-19. You're not nice coronavirus. You.
Oh, every part of me hurts. Come on, chat, we can do this. Come on, we've made it through worse.
Bring hope when I can't cope. I guess I'm saying I love you so. Oh, Andy. Oh, Andy, baby. Someday, when COVID's not a thing, if we're on Earth, for what it's worth, I hope they make you king.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Very, very cringe.
You run my state while I gain weight with grace and dignity. Oh, please be my dad. Oh, Andy.
And when you are united, there is nothing you can't do.
Andy, my darling, this global pandemic is scaring me real bad. But watching your daily press briefings sure does calm me down. The way you manage to lead and inform without terrifying the living shit out of me or straying from the facts, and still find time to nurture my delicate spirit with adorable slideshows.
Oh, literally go fuck yourself. Oh. You see what you've made me do to myself, chat? One of you said chromosexual, and now this is happening. Okay? I am blaming you, chat. You are to blame for this.
And relatable anecdotes about meatballs. You're wise, level-headed, eloquent, and sexy at a time when the country needs it most. It sure is a
You're sexy. You just said you want him to be your dad. Why are you now calling him sexy? This is really mental. Oh, no. See, this is why free speech is bad, chat. This is why free speech needs to end. Because people do shit like this with it. And it can't be allowed to happen.
Eric Adams is damaged goods. Every day a new case of corruption in the police department. They believe he's corrupt. Andrew Cuomo is a creep, slapping fannies and killing grannies. Everybody likes Curtis Lee. Well, my favorable ratings are the highest in this election cycle.
He literally said it.
Slapping fannies and killing grannies.
Okay, that's going on the soundboard. I have no idea when I'm ever going to use that. I have no idea. I have no idea when I'm ever going to use that phrase. But that has to be on the soundboard, chat. That has to happen. No, I haven't been following the Liverpool game. What's the 3-2? Oh, Although, to be fair, it was 3-1 and then Mo Salah in the 89th minute. That's okay. The fuck happened to Liverpool, man? They were like going to run away with the league, and now they're 6th. Man United are above them. Sunderland are in 2nd. Oh, that's mental. Oh, the Premier League's mental. The Premier League's properly mental. Anyway. Slapping fannies. Which, by the way, just for any Americans who don't necessarily know this, the word fanny doesn't mean what it means in America. In America, it means like your posterior, your backside. In Britain, it does not mean that. It means vagina. It's a very kind of childish, kind of like what a teenager or like a tween would refer to a vagina as. But it is it means vagina. Now, in that context, listen again.
Creep, slapping fannies and killing grannies.
Just saying.
Refreshing change from that mother... Oh, gee, I won't get into specifics. You know I don't like to be political. I guess what I'm trying to say, Andrew, is that you're my #1 Cuomo now. And whatever you decide to be once this whole thing blows over, whether it's governor of New York or president of the United States or ABC's Next Bachelor, I'm with you now, Andy.
Oh, for fuck's sake, you are a knob. I'm sorry. They're probably not a terrible person, but, like, you are a knob end. You are a fucking squiggly knob end. You're a knob. You're a prick. You're a dildo. What can I say?
Only you. Even as I continue to light a candle, get naked, and pray every night for the speedy recovery of your brother, my first love, Chris, with his tight, wet t-shirts and his sweaty Instagram workout videos and his big, muscular... You know, actually, I'm still really into Chris, too.
Oh, Andy, baby, you're so strong and rational.
From now on, I identify as homosexual.
You're kind and smart. You touch my heart. Your polo shirts are nice.
So I'm glad we've had my Andy.
And I love New York because New York loves you.
Andy? I love you, Chris.
Earlier, when I said you should Roblox me, if you had done so, I would have been spared that. And you would have been spared that. And yet you didn't. You didn't do it, chat. You're fucking irresponsible.
4.5%. It's now 1%. This man never even proposed a bill on housing or education. Never even proposed a bill.
Keep going back and forth between the two of you. Mr. Sleewer, it's your turn.
Andrew, you didn't leave. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats in the state legislature.
Slapping fannies and killing grannies. And Demba Bar says up the rah. We've had some amazing rhyming today. Honestly, we're a very cultured, poetic show. I like to feel here, chat. Okay, that is pretty good actually. That gets a what's it called on Blue Sky? A re blue? I don't fucking know. Anyway, a reposting. Interestingly, you know, the original Shining story was actually an allegory for alcoholism. Want to guess what my favourite Denver bar moment was? I think I might be able to already guess, as Friends Rust. Does it involve a certain Liverpool and England legend slipping on his arse? Perhaps. I'm not calling it re-skeet. Are you fucking mental? I'm just going to re-cum. I'm just going to re-spunk a picture of Nigel Farage. Fucking re-skeet. That's ridiculous. I'm just going to re-jizz.
Leave. You fled. But let's get back on topic, because I'm the only candidate up here who's been into many of the over 300 Department of Homeless Services shelters and the family.
I'm a fan of the Six Idiots. Yeah. Honestly, Ghosts is one of my favourite shows of all time. Fucking love Ghosts. Me and my mum have watched the entire series of Ghosts. And we're into the American one as well, but like a little bit less. But yeah. I was a bit old for the Horrible Histories thing. I did quite like what was the fucking show called? The weird one with the people. Yonderland, fuck's sake. I quite liked Yonderland. The books were better. What books? What? Have I gone mental? Are you having a different conversation than I am?
Shelters are unsafe for the families there. We have to make them safer. We have to bring teachers into the shelter. Many times, the mothers or the guardian have to get on bus after bus and take them to a school that's 2 or 2.5 hours away. This is a horror.
No, Yonderland was the name of the thing. By the way, do you know the woman from that show? Or the woman from that series? I forgot her name now. Oh, fuck's sake, that's really annoying. Anyway, she's from Birmingham. She actually went to King Edward's, which was a school that I failed to get into. You had to take a test and stuff.
Situation that's taking place. And we have to prioritize this, because this number of homeless children is going to grow. It takes 5 years to build affordable housing. We need to address it in the shelters.
Oh, the Horrible History books. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. But like I say, I was too old anyway, really. They're aimed at kids, right? The 11 plus. No, it was after the 11 plus. It happened. Look, the 11 plus as a thing had stopped. I should explain, right. In Birmingham, there's a thing called King Edward's, which I think used to be a like entirely private school, but it became like a state school, but it's very, very selective. And it's still seen as like a posh place anyway. And I took the test for it, I didn't get in. But it wasn't the 11 plus. It wasn't an official government thing at all. It's just from look at the school itself. Martha Howe Douglas, that's her name, yes. Anyway, she's a Bromé. You wouldn't know because she's got like they knock the accent out of you, don't they, at drama school? This look, fucking people don't know that Jean-Luc Picard, or should I say, the actor who plays him, was a working class Yorkshire kid. Like a really thick Yorkshire accent, and he went to RADA or whatever, and they knocked it out of him. What's his name? The black guy from Rising Damp, whose name I've totally forgotten. Someone in chat will know. It's a very old school reference. Don Warrington. Was a Geordie. And again, you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't have any idea that that was the case. He speaks in a posh, like, received pronunciation accent because he's an actor. But he was, yeah, had a thick Geordie accent as a kid. A little fact for you.
Itself to be able to handle it so that the teachers can come in, whether they're public school teachers, charter school teachers, and I know there are a number of parochial school teachers who love children who would volunteer their efforts to do that.
We're going to give it to Katie Honan now to ask about another aspect of affordable housing.
We're going to switch to the millions of New Yorkers who are renters, specifically those in rent-regulated apartments. There are more than 1 million New Yorkers living in these units, most of them rent-stabilized. Mr. Mamdani, you've proposed a rent freeze for these tenants. Mr. Cuomo, you don't support that, and you've proposed a new means test for having a rent-stabilized apartment. Mr. Mamdani, our question, how can you know in advance what the balance between landlord needs and tenant needs will be in future?
I know how to balance landlord needs, but again, terms of service... Gil! Stop! Okay? You do not need to be a part of this conversation right now. You'll get me banned. Terms of service... Gil, seriously. Terms of service preclude me from saying what I think about landlords. So I'll just say this.
Oh dear, I seem to have spotted a cunt!
Yeah.
Future years, we've seen a lot of inflation in recent years. Haven't small landlords felt that pinch as well? And then we have other questions for the other candidates.
You know, we've seen time and again mayors use their power with the Rent Guidelines Board to hike the rent on those same more than 2 million New Yorkers. This same Rent Guidelines Board did a study that found...
Scottish church them in Roblox. Honestly, it's becoming like the Enigma now. The code breakers are never going to get through it, are they? They've got no chance. Bletchley Park wouldn't have a fucking clue what was going on.
That landlords of those units had seen their profits increase by more than 12%. Their response? Hike the rent on rent-stabilized tenants who have a median household income of $60,000.
Gil, calm down, my boy. There's nothing you can do about it anymore. Well, I mean, you could do that, definitely. That is very much your intended purpose, yeah. But that would be illegal. So I'm just saying that would be illegal. Also, you don't really exist. You're a figment of my imagination that I use as a way of deflecting, because I'm not saying anything bad, and the audience don't. The audience that know the meaning of it, but you know, I occasionally have to tell people what you are, because there's new viewers and stuff. Oh yeah, no, I get new viewers. Why are you laughing, dickhead?
I believe that tenants across our city deserve relief, and I also believe that city government can work to alleviate the pressures for landlords of those units without having to put that burden on those same tenants. It's possible to keep New Yorkers in this city and to help landlords with rising insurance costs, water bills, Con Edison, and a broken property tax system.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa, what's your proposal for helping New Yorkers
Something mental.
with the historically high rent burdens in either stabilized or market rate units?
Well, the first thing, we have 6,000 empty apartments in NYCHA. That is a sin. That's what the mayor can control.
Oh, you're a new... okay, I should probably explain then. I've got a friend. He's just off camera. He really exists, I promise. His name is Gil. That's his first name, right? His surname, he's an Irishman. He's called O'Teen. And if you put the two names together, that's his full name. He has some very sharp opinions about what needs to be done to the rich. Honestly, he would slice through the red tape and just deal with the problems very head on, you know. He's yeah. It's a joke, but
Right away. We need to move those families with children in. For those who live in rent-stabilized apartments and have their rent subsidized, Zoran Mamdani, we need to make sure that the big...
I like the different ways he chooses to mispronounce in a racist way. I do like the attention to detail with his racism. Because anyone can just be racist, right? But he puts a special effort into having a different mispronunciation of this man's quite straightforward name to pronounce. Zoran Mamdani. It's 4 syllables, mate. Curtis Sleewer is also 4 fucking syllables. But apparently you can't pronounce his name. Okay, cool. Not that head on, to be fair. Well, yeah, okay. But if I do that joke, it becomes too obvious. Anyway, yeah, I appreciate his... he puts effort into his racism, you know? Racism you can really believe in. Not this fly-by-night nonsense racism. High-effort racism. Fuck yes.
Epic dub.
Oh, chat.
Realtors that they have to pay a vacancy tax because they're holding off on those apartments. They're not putting them out into the marketplace because they want to flip the building. Not for the mid-sized landlords or the small landlords. They need the help. And there are a number of people in the outer boroughs, they own a home.
Talking of small landlords, did you see that old fuckface became the leader of, or the deputy leader of Labour Party today? You know, that landlord, right-wing piece of shit who was a member of the Friends of Israel beat the other piece of shit landlord who's a member of the Labour Friends of Israel. It was basically 2 Spider-Men in, like, bob haircuts pointing at each other. So, you know, there's that.
Home, they live on the property, they're not absentee landlords, 2, 3, 4 apartments, and they're deciding not to put them in the marketplace when somebody either leaves or dies because they have to deal with tenant-landlord court, which is an absolute nightmare for small landlords. We got to make sure it's a fair playing field so that the tenants are protected, but the land...
Oh, shut the fuck up, you little prick. Anyway, I think this is my best joke ever, by the way, this one. So someone points out this story from Britain of a Chinese students who pocketed £157,000 in train refunds in a delay repay scam. So basically they stole 150 grand, right? And they're talking about this. I don't really have any opinion about this. But I did have to do this. What is the charge? Enjoying a succulent Chinese steal? You're very welcome, chat. You are very welcome to live at the same time as my comedic genius. You are lucky, okay? You should thank God every day you get to experience this. William Shakespeare never got to experience this. Richard Nixon never got to experience this. Caesar never got to experience this. But you do. You are blessed.
Landlords are protected so they're not stuck with squatters for 4, 5, or 6 years, which destroys their equity and forces them to leave.
Thank you.
Oh no, it forces them to leave. What will New York do without the landlords? Thrive.
Mr. Cuomo, you signed a law in 2019 repealing a means test to live in a rent-stabilized apartment. What's your position?
What? That's a bit racist. What, the Chinese joke? The joke isn't about them being Chinese, you understand? It references the fact that they are Chinese. Are you being serious? Is that a joke? Are you doing a joke? I hope you're doing a joke there, right? Because I'm not even commenting on the story, you understand? I'm just doing the meme joke. I don't give a fuck. Like, if it was up to me, I wouldn't give 2 shits. They're just... They're a pair of scam artists, whatever. If they'd gotten away, I wouldn't have given a fuck. It's 150 grand, like... Like, I'm not saying if you steal 150 grand, you should get away with that, but, like, it's London. The dickheads down in the London Stock Exchange are stealing billions every day. Ah, okay, yeah. Put a capper. Just put a capper at the end so I know it's a joke. Because I will not be accused of racism. Unless I do racism. Which is, you know, that's quite often. I do lots of racism.
It's a fucking disgrace.
Now, and what changed in that?
The 2019 law was added tenant protections that had never been added before, and protections against tenant evictions. But to answer your question, you cannot. Zoran said
I don't do racism against Austrians because they're not people. So you can't be racist against animals. Look, you created Hitler, okay? Don't even fucking start with me, alright? You created Hitler and Marko Arnautovic. To be fair, the second one less bad, in all honesty. And David Alaba, who again, less bad than Hitler. But still bad. Just in different ways, okay?
tenant doesn't have to pay more rent, but we're going to cover the landlord's costs.
Why have you given me money? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hitler was German, Beethoven was Austrian. That is, honestly, Austria as a nation, second only to maybe Britain, I think, possibly, have the best PR in history. Because if you look at the fact that, like, Hitler was Austrian, and they never get any of the blame for that shit. They're just over here like, whoa. They literally, the cheeky cunts, right? They had the temerity to claim, after the war, they shouldn't be treated as a conquered enemy, because they were technically Hitler's first victims. That's fucking mental. You've got the brass neck on it to even try. And so they're just like, oh, we're small beans. We're just small beans up in the mountains. Don't look over. Look at the nasty Germans. Like they do that shit. Whereas Britain's like, no, all of those things. Yeah, we did all of that, but they were good actually. And the rest of the world went, what? And got distracted. Thank you, Vogel, for giving me money, even though I just ethnically abused you. Oh, just pulled the fucking wire out of the thing. That's probably not good for the system, is it? They did also produce Emmanuel Pogatis, that is true. Oh yeah, they also produced certain people with basements, that is also true. Oh god. Oh, Vogel probably will be able to tell us, who's the best person Austria ever created? Like, make the positive case for why we shouldn't terms of service Austria. Defend yourself immediately. What good have you ever fucking done? This is just bad now. Arnold Schwarzenegger, you're having a laugh. You're having a fucking laugh, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oi, oi, Nabibi. You know the way you did... Yeah, okay. You can't have yourself then as an option. You can't vote for yourself. Falco? Okay, yeah, rock me Amadeus. Okay, I'm with you. Then, hey, what the fuck is that? I don't know what the fuck that even means. It's a Hague. That's not in Austria. What? The Hague isn't in Austria. The most handsome man I've ever met is Austrian. You met Hitler? Really? Interesting. I mean, you have a weird taste, but, you know. Perhaps Arnold should run against Trump in the next election. Well, look, if all bets are off, if the Constitution doesn't matter anymore, yeah, fuck it, put Arnold up. I want to hear him call Donald Trump an economic sissy man.
No, you can't do both, and that's not what happened. We did freeze the rent with de Blasio. We lost units because the landlords took them off the market because you weren't covering their costs. The reason the Rent Guidelines Board went up after the freeze was because you had to make up for all the backlog of costs. And this, I'm going to freeze the rent. People think it applies to all of them. No, just the 25% of units that are rent stabilized. And by the way, it's all BS because the mayor doesn't have the power to do it anyway. The Rent Guidelines Board does, and he doesn't control the Rent Guidelines Board. So nothing is going to happen. It's all this. It's just more political blather.
Mr. Mamdani, you can respond.
You know, if you want a candidate for mayor who tells you everything that he cannot do, then Andrew Cuomo should be your choice. If you want a candidate for mayor who will use every tool at their disposal, including the 9 appointees at the Rent Guidelines Board, all of whom are appointed by the mayor, then I am the candidate for you.
Niki Lauda was Austrian. Is that a defense of Austria? I'm not seeing it. Yeah, Conchita Wurst was pretty good, actually, yeah. Trans woman with a beard that won fucking Eurovision. That was delightful. You know what I'm like, chat. I am very much in favour of spite-based politics. And, yeah. Seeing Conchita Wurst win was... it annoyed all of the people who deserved to be annoyed. They were fucking furious. So...
We have to go to Errol, sir. I'm sorry, you weren't named, so I'm sorry. We're going to go to Errol, talk about development.
Errol, my name was invoked. Can I get the rebuttal? Quickly. Okay, quickly. The mayor doesn't appoint the Rent Guidelines Board. He's wrong. They are appointed to a term. And they're on holdovers. And when the term is over, you can appoint. But it takes
the most devious bastard in New York City.
I do love that clip.
A number of years to get control.
Okay, understood. Candidates, right now we are just blocks away from the site of the Long Island City rezoning plan, which has been under consideration for a decade at this point, and in its latest version would create 15,000 new apartments. That plan, like the recently passed City of Yes 5-borough rezoning, reflects a reality that hundreds of thousands...
The City of Yes. Is that a thing? No, not now. Fuck off.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
That scared the shit out of me.
At Kevin Logan, did you hear that Eric Adams is going to stuff the Rent Guidelines Board with pro-landlords on his way out to stop Zoran doing his policies?
Probably, because Eric Adams is literally human trash. Yes, I was aware. Well, I wasn't aware of that particular plan, but it does not surprise me. And thank you for the message. City of Yes refers to a zoning overhaul plan of New York. Oh, for fuck's sake! I thought when they said City of Yes, I thought you meant there was a city called Yes, or like a part of the city called Yes, or something. But apparently, City of Yes it's a thing to create 82,000 new homes that includes $5 billion of investment in infrastructure. I don't know if that's a good... I mean, it sounds like a good thing, but it depends exactly what it means. If you're going to go over, like, I don't know, indigenous burial grounds or some shit, maybe not. Thank you, Vicky. Much love. They have to keep changing this. Fucking... Oh, yeah, actually, there's a belting clip. Hang on. Here we go. This is fucking brilliant. So there is genuinely a town called Fucking in Austria. That's all you need to know.
Welcome to Fucking. I will now show you Fucking, a beautiful village situated on the doorstep of the Austrian Alps. The villagers I've spoken to all share the same love for fucking.
Yes.
Fucking may be enjoyed in various angles. Straightforward, from behind, standing up, or lying down. And last but not least, it's very enjoyable in the air. Historically, fucking was mostly popular amongst men, but during the 20th century, women have also come to love fucking. One of the reasons being the growing of fruits and vegetables, such as bananas, cucumbers, and perhaps corn. Behold the fucking church. Of course, Catholic, with the priest currently away taking...
That's an amazing line. Hang on, we're having that again.
Perhaps corn. Behold the fucking church. Of course, Catholic, with the priest currently away taking up a missionary position in Congo. Here we have the fucking school, where the fucking children learn everything there is to know about fucking. Ihr geht's in der Schule?
Ja, zusammen.
Zusammen. I must say, I more and more enjoy fucking children. They really...
It's the children of the town of Fucking. Okay? It's innocent, chat. It's a perfectly innocent statement. Okay?
Really polite and so innocent. Sehr schön. And this is the special fucking farm, where if you spend enough, you can rent your very own fucking horse. Oh, look at the black one. Such a stallion. Beautiful animals. And here, a woman who prefers fucking outside with the family dog. And I was lucky enough to meet the town mayor, commonly known as the motherfucker. If you're looking for the deepest fucking experience, I recommend this hole right here. Start with putting 2 fingers in. If possible, use your entire fist. In summertime, you can actually go elbow deep. It is a bit dirty, and it smells quite peculiar, but afterwards, you'll reap the rewards of feeling this fantastic fucking soil. And that was all the fucking we had time for, but make sure you'll stay tuned also next week when we'll be visiting Sukatik, a rural village in the Czech Republic. This has been Nikolai Ram reporting for NRK. Bye-bye.
It's a fucking disgrace.
Of units, as many as 1 million new units will be needed in New York City over the next 10 years. What is your plan to get new units built quickly? And the order of this will be Mr. Cuomo, then Mr. Sliwa, then Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, Sliwa said before it takes 5 years to build affordable housing. No, it doesn't. No, it shouldn't. That's an incompetent government. You can actually get competent government and well-managed government. I built LaGuardia Airport, even though he doesn't like it, in 4 years, okay? So don't tell me it takes 5 years to build a housing unit. You have to redo HPD, you have to change the entire organizational structure, you have the zoning, but you have to start hundreds, if not thousands, of sites simultaneously. Private sector developers partner with not-for-profit.
Simultaneously. Please, Americans, we gave you a beautiful language. A beautiful fucking language. Please use it.
Partner with CDCs, use city-owned sites, use air rights, make a deal with the unions. But this has to be the #1 priority. The way I did 2nd Avenue Subway or the Mario Cuomo Bridge or the Kosciuszko Bridge, this project is thousands of housing developments being accelerated, expedited, facilitated at one time. And we need 500,000 units. That's the way you're going to make New York City affordable and still allow the talent to come here.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only candidate here on the stage who is opposed to the city of yes. Both my adversaries are for it. Make sure on Election Day when you turn over your ballot and you have the initiatives, you vote no. And you know how oftentimes I've been accused, how are you going to work with the Democratic-controlled city council? Adrian...
The city of no. He is no to the city of yes. He is the city of no.
Adams and the predominant Democrats, including many of them very liberal and progressive, believe no to yes. I have a simple plan.
No to yes. This is the dumbest timeline.
It takes a year. We have 25 Empire State Buildings that would be empty and just have office space. It'll never be used because business doesn't operate the way it used to. Retrofit them to affordable apartments. Most are in Manhattan. The infrastructure is there. You set up
You know what? Just for having a town called fucking, I'll let the Austrians off. I'm just saying. That is pretty strong work. I'm not saying it makes up for, you know, but it's a good start.
Partnership with developers. It'll put men and women to work, and you'll get your affordable apartments a lot quicker and not be a burden to the outer boroughs and the residential communities.
Let them off or
You're in the
get
back
them off.
pockets, Andrew, of the developers who wine, dined, and pocket lined you.
Let me ask you a follow-up.
Wined and dined and pocket lined. He's slapping fannies and shagging grannies and fucking pocket lined and oh god, he's all over the place. It's like Shakespeare never died. He just became a mentalist in New York.
Follow up on that, Mr. Sliwa. Do you think each elected city council member should have basically veto power over whether or not housing gets built in their district?
Well, Marcel Paul, nothing beats the fact that there is a town in France called Beach. It's bitch with an E on the end and an accent on the E. So it's Beach. Love it.
Absolutely. Local control. Community board should have...
Whereas thankfully in England we don't have any strange names. It's absolutely fine. Don't look into it.
Say, what happened to zoning? We throw it out. Eric Adams, this city of yes is on steroids, and he went wild taking care of his developer friends as he knew he would be one and done. I told you he was corrupt. I told you there would be chaos, and I warned you in 2021. You should have elected me mayor then.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
We need to build more housing all across New York City.
Honestly, can we just pay Sliwa to give us his opinions about everything? Like, I don't want him anywhere near power, but I do want him to continue speaking. Because it's fucking engrossing. I'm encapsulated listening to, like... It's like... How do I describe it? It's like a coked up pigeon that had a dream about becoming a human, and then it happened. It's, you know what I mean? He's a fucking lunatic. He's like, he doesn't understand things and just shouts. And I appreciate that. I think that's a glorious thing that we need more of in the world. Not anywhere near the reins of power. Absolutely not, right? Very dangerous to put him in any position of authority. But definitely, like, have him as like a kind of, what's the reverse of an oracle? The reverse of an oracle. So you go there when you don't want the correct answer to something. You go there when you want to hear a mental thing that definitely isn't true. Do you know what I mean? If Trump had one more functioning brain cell, yes, and several $1 billion less, yes.
Today, New York City builds about 4 houses for 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7. Tokyo is at about 10. We need to do this by streamlining the processes of private sector construction across the city, by ensuring we're building more around hubs of mass transit, and we also need to ensure that the public sector is building truly affordable housing. And what I mean by truly affordable is housing that is built with the median household income in mind, which is $70,000 for a family of 4. And that's why my administration will do exactly that, scaling up programs we already had in HPD, like senior affordable rental apartments, SARA, like Ella, extremely low-level affordability. These are the kinds of programs that will deliver a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
There was reference to the 3 housing-related charter amendment questions. I know Mr. Cuomo is on the record as saying he favors them. We just heard Mr. Sliwa say that he's against them. Where do you stand on those?
I'm appreciative that those measures will be on the ballot and that New Yorkers will be able to cast their votes for them. I know that we desperately need to build more housing in this city, and I also know that the jobs we create in the building of that housing should be good jobs as well.
What a political answer. What is your opinion, Zoran?
Yes or no?
Come on.
Yes or no?
What is your opinion? Yes or no, Zoran?
Truth.
Don't be a politician here.
I got it.
Very dignified gentleman.
They're pointing out what I was about to, which is they didn't answer the question.
No, I think on the stage you can see two people appealing for the Republican Party's votes and myself.
Answer the question. Answer the question for once.
My question to you was, do you support the 3 ballot amendment questions?
I have not yet taken a position on those ballot amendment questions.
Oh, what a shocker.
All right.
What a shocker.
Yeah, you should probably have an opinion on those things. Actually, that is kind of pathetic. Not a great look.
Don't worry. Once he takes it, he'll change it anyway.
We're going to move it on. We're going to move on. The candidates, the rhetoric on the campaign trail has become more heated in recent weeks. We have reached a point where 2 of the candidates on stage here tonight have armed security. I would like to spend a few minutes to see if we can dial down the rhetoric. Mr. Mamdani, some Jewish New Yorkers continue to say that your comments on Israel and the war in Gaza leave them feeling unsafe and concerned about their future in our city. Recently, several prominent New York rabbis took the unusual step of denouncing your candidacy, including the rabbi of the Park Avenue Synagogue in Manhattan and Rabbi Michael Miller, the longtime leader of the Jewish Community Relations Council, who is a friend to many of us. Do you have any regrets about how you've dealt with these issues, and will your longstanding views on the subject get in the way of your ability to be an effective?
Wow, I wonder if any of those rabbis have any connections with, I don't know, the state of Israel and aren't necessarily entirely like acting in the best interests of the people of New York.
Mayor, I look forward to being a mayor for every single person that calls this city home. Not just those who voted for me in the Democratic primary, not just those that vote for me in this general election, but all 8.5 million New Yorkers. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns or opposition to the positions that I've shared about Israel and Palestine. You know, just a few weeks ago, I was on the M57, the slowest bus in New York City. And as I was seated there, there was a speech therapist who was sitting next to me. She told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter was a huge fan, but that she was not yet decided on who she was going to vote for. And she shared to me about her fears in this city, about rising anti-Semitism. And I told her what I will tell New Yorkers today, which is that I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them, who doesn't just increase funding to hate crime prevention programs by 8.
He's like sorry, I was looking for this clip. Someone said he was like the American George Galloway. And I don't know that I've ever heard anything as inspirational from Sleewood as this.
Russia. I have been in a gay bar with the village people throbbing out YMCA within earshot of Lenin's tomb.
He has never and will never say a sentence as inspirational as that. Okay? We're having it again because it is genuinely the greatest series of words ever uttered.
Now, we're talking about Peter Tatchell in Russia. I'm telling you, I have been in a gay bar with the village people throbbing out YMCA within earshot of Lenin's tomb.
Spectacular work. Honestly, that series of sounds put together, spectacular. Also, yeah, his thing about spunk-loving slots in Parliament as well. Which, by the way, was the thing he was referencing a magazine. He was in a debate about media ownership. It was really weird. Anyway, he said the phrase spunk-loving slots in Parliament, and that doesn't get mentioned enough. Anyway, yeah, that needs to go on the soundboard as well. Someone remind me. Or if you want to, you can pull the fucking MP3 of it and then post it in the thing in the Discord, and I'll just put it on straight away. He's the modern William Wallace, yes, indeed. Throbbing!
800%, who doesn't just ensure that the NYPD are outside of synagogues and temples on the high holy days, but also actually delivers on the implementation of the Hidden Voices curriculum in our school system, so that children in this city learn about the beauty and the breadth of the Jewish experience right here in the 5 boroughs.
Okay, I've got a different. Yeah, but can I just comment on that, please? you know, not everything is a TikTok video. You're the same.
Oh, he's so desperate.
You are coping and seething.
He can't handle that Mamdani is absolutely fucking him raw. Absolutely smashing him to bits on social media. He can't fucking... This is the third or fourth time he's gone on with the... It's not TikTok. This doesn't work on a TikTok. TikTok.
Of the Jewish people, you won't denounce globalize the intifada, which means kill Jews.
No, it literally doesn't.
There's unprecedented fear in New York. It was not several rabbis, Errol. It was 650 rabbis who signed the letter, not several.
Let me ask you a related question, Mr. Cuomo. Many New Yorkers have serious grievances with Israel and the way the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu has conducted the war in Gaza and expanded settlements in the West Bank. What would you say to and how would you handle New Yorkers who are in the streets, if you were mayor, protesting the
He wouldn't care. He would fucking ban them and kill them or something because he's a cunt.
actions of the Netanyahu government?
Fine, that's your right. Protest, demonstrate, disagree. God bless America. God bless New York City. And there is no doubt that there's two sides on what's going on, and the passions are very high. That doesn't justify anti-Semitic behavior in New York.
Okay, but like, you do. Well, I mean, he does realise because he's a paid fucking Zionist that they'll just accuse everyone who's a critic of Israel in any way of being an anti-Semite. Literally anyone and everyone who's ever criticised Israel in any way is an anti-Semite, according to, well, Zionists. But then you already know that, don't you, Mr. Cuomo? Because that's what you're doing to your opponent right now. You sick fuck.
It doesn't justify having a Jewish population that feels unprotected in New York. It doesn't justify leaders who stoke the flames of hatred.
You really are the most devious bastard in New York City.
Again, stoking hatred and division. You literally said, or agreed with a host who said in an interview with you, that Zoran Mamdani would support and would be happy and cheer if 9/11 happened again. Who's stoking hatred and division again?
Against Jewish people, which is what Zoran does, in my opinion.
I'll give him a chance to answer, and then we'll go to Mr. Slula.
You know, I've heard from Jewish New Yorkers about their fears about anti-Semitism in this city. And what they deserve is a leader who takes it seriously, who roots it out of these 5 boroughs, not one who weaponizes it as a means by which to score political points.
True! Hello, there was Some Random Geek. Everyone go and follow Some Random Geek immediately.
On a debate stage.
Mr. Slula.
Excuse me, Mr. Cuomo, it's my turn, all right? It's like 2 kids in a schoolyard.
Yeah, I heard you on the radio this morning.
Zoran, this is personal for me. I know you are under threat. The mother of my 2 youngest sons who are raised Jewish, Melinda Katz, is prosecuting this person who came up and tried to do you harm. But let me speak on behalf of my 2 sons. When they've heard some of the statements you've made, like in support of global jihad, and I hear some people out there saying the Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing. They're frightened, they're scared. They view you as the arsonist who fanned the flames of anti-Semitism. They cannot suddenly accept the fact that you're coming in like a firefighter and you're going to put out these flames. You've got a lot of explaining to do, a lot of apologizing to do.
I mean, I didn't know that you had that many pearls to clutch, my friend, but you are really trying it.
My sons are afraid. Their family, their friends, many in the Jewish community are concerned if you become mayor.
Is he Jewish? His son's Jewish? I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing of, if it is.
They don't think when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, which it's now doing more than ever before, that you will have the ability to come in and put out those flames of hate.
Okay, yeah, we can.
I think there is room for disagreement on many positions and many policies, but I also want to correct the record.
The absolute
I have never, not once, spoken in support of global jihad. That is not something that I have said.
Curtis Sliwa attacks the Orthodox Jewish community.
And yet, how many times in growing up, I grew up in Canarsie, Brooklyn, mostly Italian and Jewish, and they look across the tracks to Brownsville and East New York, hey, look at these blacks and Hispanics, you know, they're always on welfare mothers and all that. We never talk about that. Curious show out. The ultra-Orthodox, oh, God forbid you say that. Or Hashem forbid you say that. I talk about that all the time. You can't allow for that. We're all paying for that. We're getting ripped off. We're not talking about poor, impoverished, disabled people who need help. We're talking about able-bodied men who study Torah and Talmud all day, and we subsidize them, and then all they do is they make babies. Like there's no...
Jesus fucking Christ, you're a mentalist. I take back like I was trying to make him into a cute mental case. Just like a funny, like, but he's like, that's really Nazi shit, man. Get in the fucking bin, you piece of trash. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's very... That leaves a bad taste.
And that continues to be ascribed to me, and frankly, I think much of it has to do with the fact that I am the first Muslim candidate to be on the precipice of winning this election.
Yep.
Now, all the same, Curtis, I do still...
Oh, his wife is Jewish, okay.
...still want to be the mayor that will keep your sons safe, that will keep every single New Yorker safe, and it is my job to not only deliver on that commitment, but also to ensure that New Yorkers feel it every single day that they live in this city.
Okay, candidates, Brian's going to take us into the next section.
Thank you, Earl. And the next section is some individual political questions, one for each of you. Let me start with you, Mr. Cuomo, then Katie will ask a question of Mr. Sliwa and Errol to Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, the last time most New Yorkers saw you before this campaign was when you...
He was humming the horse vessel thing. What the fuck? Really? Oh, he's a Nazi then, okay. Well, I mean, I was thinking, like, he sounds like he's mental, obviously, but he was like, he's a New York Republican, so he has to pretend not to be, like, that bad. But it turns out he is actually just that bad. Okay. What a wanker.
You resigned your seat as governor under scandal in 2021. The most recent Quinnipiac University poll in this race shows that 54% of likely voters say you're...
Oh, that was a joke. Oh, sorry, okay. After the weird Jewish thing he was doing, like, yeah, it seemed plausible as a joke, unfortunately.
Ethical. Meanwhile, you also have strained relations with Governor Hochul, State Attorney General Letitia James, and others. What would you say right now to New Yorkers who have questions about your moral compass and concerns that you cannot effectively work with other elected officials?
Yeah, well, first, you somewhat misstated the facts, but I resigned because there was allegations made. I didn't want to waste the time and distract state government. I knew it was going to take a long time to sort out. I left, which I thought was respectful to state government.
He was slapping fannies and killing grannies. What's up?
Government, we sorted it out legally. Nothing came from any of the allegations. I was dropped from the cases. You know that. We've had this discussion 4 times, but you like to talk about the past rather than yesterday. I chose Governor Kathy Hochul.
Yesterday is the past, you dopey bastard.
I would have no problem working with her. The legislature, I got 11 budgets passed on time. most in modern political history. They haven't gotten one done on time since I was there. So don't tell me who knows how to work with the legislature.
Wow, he's getting really tetchy with the host now, which is always a good sign about someone who's definitely winning the discussion and feels like this is going well for them. Truth.
And a mayor being able to deal with that legislature is key. Because don't kid yourself, I've watched every governor and mayor since Ed Koch. There is a tension between the city and the state. The city's arguing for its budgets, the state is saying no, and the city has been getting screwed by the state, and that has to change, and the city has to be doing better.
Thank you. Katie?
Many New Yorkers, you've often presented yourself as more of a well-known New York character than a serious policy expert. Your critics have said your candidacy is making it more likely that Zoran Mamdani can win the election. What do you say to them and to others who
Well, he is, yeah.
feel that while your name recognition has seen a boost, your candidacy is not helpful to New Yorkers, including those who share your views?
Number one, I have 13 campaign offices open. I'm throughout the outer boroughs.
What? No. I'm sorry, what question did you hear? Because what you're currently saying, there's no, like, you might as well have said, I like scrambled eggs. Like, that's got nothing to do with what that was asked. Yeah, you've got offices open. Yeah, I mean, you are a candidate for the mayoralty of New York, yeah. What? Like, we know you're running. Otherwise, you wouldn't be on the fucking stage. I'm sorry, he's very stupid, isn't he? He's a very, very stupid man. Crazy.
You see the excitement and energy of the working class people that I represent. I am the Republican, populist candidate representing the working class, and I'm also, Katie, the candidate on the independent line, first ever, put together by my wife Nancy, who loves animals like so many. Save the animals.
Yeah, save the animals. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I did see that. Yes, yeah. They spray painted. Was it "Now you can fuck off home" or something to the reform people? Because, like, honestly, sending English nationalists over the bridge to try and win votes in Wales was always like a really bad idea. Don't be doing that. That's not a winning strategy. Nigel Farage has a certain kudos in England. I'm not sure it stretches that far into Wales, if I'm honest. You know. Just saying. But, you know, at least he did travel to a constituency.
Stop it. Get some help.
Because he went to Caerphilly more times than he's ever been to his own fucking constituency. The people of Clacton wish that he'd been there that many fucking times.
No-kill shelters, animal abusers go to jail. So people know that I'm not just running to protect people, which has been my life as leader of the Guardian Angels. I'm there to protect our pets and animals. Because remember, Mahatma Gandhi said, a society that does not take care of its animals does not take care of its people. Homeless, emotionally disturbed, veterans. I'm out there every day tending to their needs with the Guardian.
Again, I want to know what question he thinks has been asked of him. Because it isn't whatever he's answering. He's just like, and it's not like, you know how politicians never answer the question, but they'll at least dance around the topic. He's just like saying things. This isn't what. The question was basically, you can't win. Tell us why you think you can win. And he's like, protect the animals. Mahatma Gandhi said this thing. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. He should stand in Birmingham, lots of rats. That is true. Yeah. I would be hoovering up the rat vote with all this pro-animal talk, yeah. He thinks animals can vote. You know what? Fuck it, give animals the vote. Would they make less informed choices than the human beings? I'm not sure they would. Even just by putting one muddy paw print on one of the boxes, statistically they will probably make a more successful choice than the people do. So yeah, let them vote. Fuck it.
Guardian angels doing things that the city and state should have been doing a long time ago, but neglected them and instead spent $7 billion on migrants that we don't even know. That is a...
Oh wow, imagine that, New York being a home of migrants. That's a new thing that's never happened before in American history. That's crazy. Someone should really show him the thing on the Statue of Liberty. That little poem. People should probably show him that. It's in New York. It's probably not very far from where they are. You know.
A disgrace. We should be there.
It's a fucking disgrace.
For our own people who are suffering and wallowing in desperation and despair.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you have criticized the politics of the past where leaders either avoid taking a stand on a key issue or try to be all things to all people. But at times during this campaign, you've carefully avoided answering tough questions. We saw an instance just a few minutes ago when I asked about how you plan to vote on those ballot initiatives next month. We've asked what...
Why is this woman showing us her phone? You know, you're out of fucking focus. We can't see whatever it is you're trying to show us. We can't see it. Well done.
Whether you support a major rezoning push for part of Queens, some of which is in your district. You've been unclear about how you think the city's schools should be run, its governance structure. How is that different from politics as usual?
When it comes to our schools, I believe that every single child deserves to have an excellent public education. And we have not seen that under the stewardship of those schools with this mayoral administration. We have not seen it because we are not fully funding those schools. We are not on track to comply with the class size mandates of those schools. We are not even on track to ensure greater literacy levels across those schools.
I don't know enough about education in New York, so I'm just going to have to skip forward. Crime and public safety, that's probably better.
Mamdani would ask Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay on as Police Commissioner if you are indeed mayor. I wanted to confirm that too. And for Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Sliwa, would you ask the current Police Commissioner to stay on if you were elected? So Mr. Mamdani, we'll start with you.
Yes, I can confirm that reporting. My administration will be relentless in its pursuit of safety and affordability for every New Yorker. And the
Seamstress Dragon, I'd suck his soul out. Yeah, absolutely.
Delivery of that will require us to put together a team of the best and the brightest. Eric Adams stacked the upper echelons of the NYPD with corruption and incompetence. Commissioner Tisch took on a broken status quo, started to deliver accountability, rooting out corruption and reducing crime across the 5 boroughs. I've said time and again that my litmus test for that position will be excellence, and the alignment will be of that position. And I am confident that under a Mamdani administration, we would continue to deliver on that same mission and do so while creating the Department of Community Safety to ensure that mental health experts were the ones responding to the mental health crisis. Because safety and justice is at the cornerstone of our pursuit of public safety, and in doing so, we will also be able to deliver our agenda for affordability.
Thank you. And very briefly, quickly, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, would you ask Commissioner Tisch to stay on if you are elected mayor?
Yes, I would, for stability, but then again, I don't think she would serve with either Cuomo or Zoran because she has railed against no cash bail. Cuomo, the architect of no cash bail, Zoran, the apprentice of no cash bail. That's why criminals are running in the street.
And Mr. Cuomo.
I look forward to you losing.
Would you ask her to stay on?
I would ask her to stay on. I don't believe Zoran when he says he would ask her to stay on. The DSA's position, his position has been to defund, disband the police. She wouldn't take that.
Disband the police. Disband the... I'm going to have to play it again.
You really are the most devious bastard in New York City.
His current position, today's position, was freeze the budget.
See you later,
That would cause
Edward.
a reduction in police. She has called for more police. I've called for more police. Mayor Adams has called for more police. So their philosophies are totally incongruous. TSA calls for eliminating misdemeanors. He wants to decriminalize prostitution. I don't think she would support any of that.
Well, we can't speak for her. She's not here. But I will ask the public safety question. And we'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa. The issues of crime and disorder on the streets. The NYPD says the crime is going down in all major categories, most major categories, but to New Yorkers, they're still concerned with disorder and their own unique perception of crime. Do you
Yeah, because it's being ramped up as a major issue when it isn't. Yeah.
Do you think addressing quality of life concerns helps prevent more serious crimes, and how would you deploy the city's police force to deal with those serious violent crimes and also quality of life offenses like disorderly conduct and retail theft? Mr. Sliwa.
First off, I've been in all 350 neighborhoods. I'm the only candidate that's on the subway each and every day. I've yet to hear from one New Yorker who said they feel safer either in the subways or the streets. And Eric Adams constantly heckling at us like it's the perception. No,
Heckering? Does anyone know what heckering is?
it's the reality of crime. We need 7,000 police officers. We are badly understaffed. We need to get police officers in the subways actually patrolling the moving cars where people are most threatened and most frightened. And we need to bring back the homeless outreach unit that was disbanded when de Blasio took $1 billion out of the budget. These were men and women police officers who already had with them medical nurses and healthcare practitioners. But it was de Blasio who abolished it, and they've been talking about bringing something back ever since. But they never do it because I'm out there in the subways every day and I never see it. And when I'm mayor, it gets done on day one. The homeless outreach unit is put back into the NYPD.
Thank you. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I hear from New Yorkers of where they feel least safe, they will often tell me the subway system. And when they explain those moments to me, what they are often explaining is a mental health crisis in our city and a crisis of homelessness that has only continued to grow.
This is getting really repetitive. This is basically the same debate they had last time, isn't it?
And that is why, at the heart of our public safety agenda, is a groundbreaking proposal to not only reduce crime, but address...
Thank you, Seamstress Dragon, by the way, for resubscribing. I think I missed that.
These very moments of unease for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs by creating a Department of Community Safety that will be focused on the mental health crisis, focused on homelessness, and will ensure that police officers can focus on serious crimes. Because in 2020, the response time for those officers was less than 11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. And that's because every year they are now responding to 200,000 mental health calls when those are calls that could by and large be taken by experts trained on responding to that very crisis.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo.
The answer is always a new government agency. It's manage the system, manage the public safety system. We know how to do this. Mayor David Dinkins did it when we had a real crime problem.
David Dinkins. You want me to take you seriously? As a nation? David Dinkins.
Hire more police officers. Of course, you have to deal with the mentally ill. Of course, that requires mental health specialists with police, because the situation can be dangerous. But hire the 5,000 more cops, because they're all quitting, because they're getting worked too hard. You're going to have to raise the starting salary, because nobody wants to be a cop today, the way they're treated. Put 15...
Oh, the poor little police officer.
1,500 in the subways. Forget this Zoran idea of not prosecuting misdemeanors. Prosecute misdemeanors. Those are quality of life crimes. And that's very important. Yes, the subways are scary, but it's scary in their neighborhood too. Those quality of life crimes also have to be addressed.
Mr. Mamdani.
No matter how many times Andrew Cuomo describes it as my idea or my policy, I have never once stated that we were not going to prosecute misdemeanors. And that is what you see from the former governor, is someone who spends more time talking about the platforms of other organizations and other individuals than the one that I've actually put forward or the one that he is supposed to be running on.
Now we'll hear from Brian for another question.
And
Excuse me 1 second. Can I just,
on a
can I just
particular
respond to, can I just respond to that accusation?
Whether it's misdemeanors or felonies, no cash bail releases him back into the
You're a fucking idiot.
streets, and both of you are for no cash bail.
I want to move on. You'll get your opportunities, I think, because I want to bring up a particular crime concern, and that is violence among younger New Yorkers, specifically teenagers. My question is, what is your stance on the statewide Raise the Age law, which increased the age of adult criminal responsibility from 16 years old to 18 for most crimes? Police Commissioner Tisch says, quote, "The mentality on the street is that nothing happens to those under 18 who possess a gun." So would you support modifying Raise the Age in any way? And Mr. Mamdani, since you just announced that you would invite Commissioner Tisch to stay on, would you go along with her on this?
I would not support changes to the state's legislation, and I would not support them because the major issue with the implementation of that legislation has been the fact that there is hundreds of millions of dollars that was supposed to be delivered alongside that law that is still languishing in Albany. And I am excited to be the next mayor of the city, to finally fight for the money that this city is owed, to ensure that we deliver it to our young people across the 5 boroughs.
Mr. Cuomo.
What I was referring to before is Zoran is a member of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. They have a charter. He gives them 3% of his salary. He has said multiple times, "I'm a DSA member, I pledge allegiance." They say abolish jails, defund police, don't enforce misdemeanors.
Right, but that doesn't mean he agrees with those things, does it? You know it's not a religion, right?
Go to my website, andrewcuomo.com. It's right on the front page. Now, is he lying to the DSA? Is he lying to New Yorkers? Is he lying to everybody? Who knows? On the Raise the Age, I passed the law. I support the law. It's we were one of only 2 states that put 16 and 17-year-olds in adult prisons. It was inhumane. It was cruel and unusual, and I'm proud of that law. It's administered by local governments. Some are doing it better than others. If Zoran thought that there was money locked up in Albany, maybe he should have gone to Albany and proposed a bill to release it.
Support keeping the law. Mr. Freeland.
Once again, the architect of Raise the Age, Governor Cuomo, the apprentice to him, Zohan. It's personal for me.
Zohan.
My oldest son,
Zohan.
Anthony, last October was the victim of a vicious gang assault that could have killed him. And what happened to these juveniles? Cut free, because they went to family court, not criminal court. So how can both of you look at me? I almost lost my
I can't look at you. You're ugly. You're very ugly.
oldest son to gang violence, and the perpetrators went to family court and got a little pat on the wrist and was sent home to do it again and again. No, we need to start charging juveniles who commit violent crime in...
Okay, and where does that stop? What about an 8-year-old? Would you charge an 8-year-old? Like, shut the fuck. I don't give a fuck that your kid got a kick in. It doesn't... You didn't lose your son. Stop fucking whinging.
Criminal court, and I'll appoint criminal court judges who follow the law and don't just release them because of no cash bail.
Clear difference between you on that. Ms. Errol, you pick it up.
Okay, candidates, I've got individual questions for you, and we're going to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. I'd like you to really just explain kind of where you're coming from. Mr. Mamdani, you've called for reorganizing the NYPD to create this Department of Community Safety that, among other things, would handle calls involving people in mental health distress. Your opponents have disparaged this as sending social workers rather than cops into dangerous situations like domestic violence disputes. Explain really what you have in mind, and please include any evidence that this approach would work.
Absolutely.
Can we just get to the bit where he fucking rinses, Mamdani rinses him again? Where's that bit? I don't give a fuck about any of this nonsense. The bit where he says he's got one of his abusers, one of the people he abused in the audience. Where is it? Ha ha ha, they're all loving it. It's probably a question about the Knicks or some dumb shit. I don't know.
Mr. Cuomo. I'm not sure what the man said, but the situation, my legal situation, as we discussed before, was fully litigated. I was dropped from the cases. If anyone has a legal situation to talk about, I think it's Mr. Sliwa, who runs the Guardian Angels, and apparently as a charitable donation, but never filed any tax returns for the Guardian Angels, and has been accepting charitable donations, which is just a crime and tax fraud. So I think that's the person who has explained.
Imagine that. Imagine that, an Italian American doing tax crimes in America. That is crazy. It's always the ones you least expect. Oh, what the fucking hell. It gets worse, chat. It gets worse. What is this? Do you think I look like this, 255? Is this honestly how you fucking see me? I look like a failed Ricky Gervais fucking puppet or something. What is that? Is Kev naked? Apparently, and I don't have a penis. Don't clip that. What's happening here? Oh. What are you doing? What's not happening there? You're a wrong un, 255. You done me dirty.
To do.
Okay, your turn to ask a question, Mr. Cuomo.
To Zoran, I believe, as we've stated, that you have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York. It's with the Jewish community, it's with the Italian American community when you give the Columbus statue the finger.
I mean, I know you want to defend your fellow, like, sex pest in Columbus, but do you think he's a good example of an Italian? Really? Like, I know there's the meme from The Sopranos, but, like, surely most Italians know he's a prick, right? Kevin Lowe, a man of action or action man. Oh, that's disgraceful. I've been fucking violated. Absolutely violated.
It's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalize prostitution, which is haram. It's the Hindu.
It's haram. Oh, he cares about the Muslimics now. He cares a lot about the Muslimics when it comes to not decriminalizing prostitution. You're a fucking knob.
But then you take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take a picture with your father. You're smiling. He's smiling. She's known as Rebecca Gay Killer Kadaga.
Question.
You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture. You said you didn't know who she was. It turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay just by their.
Look, all I'm going to say is, let's use the logic here, right? If BDS against Israel is anti-Semitic, surely BDS against Ugandan is Ugandanist? Why do you hate Uganda? Why do you hate Ugandans, Mr. Cuomo?
Sexual orientation. Isn't that a basic violation of human rights?
Gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay, gay it's gonna be.
Who gets the question?
My politics is consistent, and my politics is built on a belief in human rights for all people. And that extends to queer and trans New Yorkers, and it extends to queer and trans Ugandans. And had I known that the first deputy minister was the architect of that
Some pro-trans shit going down. Love it. Cans and trans. Simple as.
legislation, I would not have taken that photo. And yet I also know that this constant attempt to smear and slander me is an attempt to also distract from the fact that, unlike myself, you do not actually have a platform or a set of policies to protect those same New Yorkers here. All you have are the insults that you have lobbed at every single opportunity you have.
Yeah. Okay. First, no, that's it. Cross-examination is just a question and
That's pretty strong.
answer. Your turn to ask a question.
How much is Matt Britton? Just the two. I've just got the two. I've got.
You really are the most devious bastard in New York City.
And the only other one I've got is.
Gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay, gay it's gonna be.
Now, technically, this bit is from a series that Matt Berry was in, but it's not actually Matt Berry.
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
So that, I mean, that is Matt Berry adjacent, but not actually the man himself.
Mr. Cuomo, in 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening.
Oh, Cuomo, you are fucked, mate. Slapping fannies and killing grannies.
You sought to access her private gynecological records.
That's fucked, man. That's really fucked. Oh, no. Oh, you went pussy hunting. You fucking sick bastard. What are you doing? Look at his face. That is a man who knows he is absolutely sliced and diced. It's game over. GG. Oh, filth. Did we not watch this the other night? We did. But we're watching it again because it's fucking amazing.
She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her.
Oh, mate. Look, that is the face of an angry Italian American who definitely wants to whack his opponent there. He definitely wants to take care of our problem. You know? Hey, we got a problem with this Mamdani. Mamdani. Show around the Mamdani. He's talking too much. Hey. Is that racist enough? I feel like that might not be racist enough, but I'm going to leave it there for now.
I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
Well, that's an amazing... Like, just imagine that. Usually questions are some shit like, your tax policy is, you know, it doesn't really add up. What do you say to New Yorkers who are scared that you're going to put taxes up? Or some shit like that, right? Not... What do you say to the 13 women you sexually harassed? Oh, it's brutal. Chat, I should have done a content warning for murder. Because what we've just seen is murder. He just killed a man. He just took out a knife of truth and rammed it straight through him. Absolute mad lad. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Yeah, definitely pause and allow that applause for him to reign through. Don't try and drown that out with like words or anything. Just let that settle in so everyone knows how fucked you are. Good strategy.
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4
If you want to be in government, you sometimes have to sexually assault people, okay? That's just grown-up politics. Not wanting me to sexually assault people, that's just... Look, that's student politics, okay? That's student politics. You need to be the adults in the room, okay? Is literally the strategy he's going with here, I think. Brilliant. I can see why Eric Adams likes him. Well, he's pretending to like him.
4 years, the cases were dropped, right? You know that as a fact. So everything you just stated, you just said was a misstatement, which were...
So point her out in the audience, mate, and go, "You're a lying bitch." Do it. That would be a really, really good look for you, I think, Mr. Cuomo. But point to her in the chat, point to her in the audience, and just go, "You're a lying whore. Fuck you, you piece of shit." So do it. That would look really great for you, I think. I think that would be the cherry on top. You know you want to. We all know that's what you're thinking. So just say it.
Them to
stated was a misstatement?
Yes, because the cases were dropped. That's what happened. And my question to you, you still didn't answer. Why won't you say BDS against Uganda for saying gays should be imprisoned for being gay? Okay. You have no problem with BDS against...
Oh, there we go. See, for a second I thought you were just going to be mental and say, look, he asked him to denounce Hamas and Hassan Arbi, naturally, in the previous one, and I thought he was just going to be mental and say, why don't you support BDS for Uganda? But no, he has to get in his little Zionist bit. So you support it for Israel, but not for Uganda. I can't wait to see you get no votes and humiliated. You sex pest freak. Go to jail.
Israel, but no BDS for Uganda.
This is just one question, one answer. We all heard it. Thank you very much, candidates. Brian.
Our next topic is education.
Oh, you already fucking talked about education. I'm done. They already did education, and I already didn't give a fuck. Right. Oh, chat, it's been an emotional roller coaster. I'm sure you can all agree. How long have I been going? Jesus Christ. Damn, fucking 4.5 hours. Holy moly. Oh, I'm sweaty spaghetti. Right, I'll be back tomorrow, because it's still technically Saturday. Yes, I'll probably be on early-ish to do a football stream. I want to do El Clasico, the Real Madrid-Barca game, and that'll be at 3:15. So I'll be probably on at like 3 o'clock, which is, what's that, 10 a.m. East Coast of America, or 4 o'clock Central European time, PM that is. And then I'll be on later on, so I'll do that and then, log off. And then I'll be back on later, hopefully with No Justice MTG, but, I don't take it for granted. She's a busy lady. Although, to be fair, she spends her Sundays playing Magic the Gathering, which, I feel like me dragging her away from that is doing her emotional and spiritual goodness, Yeah. Anywho, yeah, and I'll be on later for that. Right, let's check out who's going on YouTube that I can send everyone into.
The return of the sausages.
Holy moly, well we know who's getting fingered next.
Thank you, Dingus Van Sant, and thank you for not doing tempting me into illegality on this particular occasion. Well done. Thank you. I'll send you over to Some Random Geek on YouTube. Go and check that out. Who's going on Twitch? Let's see who we've got. The Mayor McCheese? I don't think I've been over to them before. Go and check them out. I don't know what they're up to, but it should be cool. Mayor McCheese does not accept incoming raids. Well, that is a spanner in the works there, then. J. Marianne. Fuck it. We'll go over to J. Marianne on the Twitching. They are watching something involving Hassan, which is not unusual, but there we go. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for listening and watching. Thank you everyone for your support. Amazing shit. And I'll see you later. Free Palestine. No passing around.
Doing piss play.
Yeah.
I hope John Morant never finds out I said that. That would be awful.
Well,